How's it going, folks? Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, Ken? Good to see you, buddy pal. Good to see you, buddy pal. You know, lurk and work and lurk in no particular order. But get them jams going, or as VOD watchers might consider it, start hallucinating vividly. I don't like starting in the middle of a song. Sorry, Ghost. Oh, there you go. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so I'm gonna demystify. Oh shit, it's Zyzo! What's up? Stream just went from a 10 to a 12. Let's fucking go. Welcome. Alright, so I'm gonna do some demystifying for my animation process. Regarding Procreate, perhaps Procreate Dreams. I'm starting with. Sorry, trying to lower that a little bit. What am I doing? I could lower that in my fucking headphone. I got a little knob here. What am I doing? There you go. Now it's comfortable for me. How's the levels for y'all? Feel good? Music nice? Comparable to my voice? Uh, so, um, I have been animating in Procreate for a couple of years now. A little smidge? Okay, thank you so much. Always helpful to have somebody conscientious in chat. All right. Let me know if it needs adjusting. If a song from the 70s comes on or something and it's just like inaudible. Yo, hey, I'll drink to that, bro. Yes. Hold my mug like a freak because my hands are too big. Pokemon. Cheers, my good friend. Um, so I got a couple of new color palettes that I just whipped up. Specifically for effects. Look how pretty! Wow! Right, using my favorite one, you know, Vim and Vigor right here. 1, 2, and 3. Bop, bop, bop. And it's direct polar opposite, direct inverse peaks and valleys. Contrast. Deep contrast. But I used this, right? 1, 2, 3, this sort of like uh this right here, which is skipping a couple. These yellows from Vim and Vigor, and I took it right here to Superstar, right? And what I did is I duplicated it, right? And I changed the hue by 5%, and I just went down the line. So what you have is essentially, this is a sequence that will sort of feed back into itself, right? I wanted it to be like a cross spectrum thing, which would make it so that you could change colors in the middle of effects, like from frame to frame, and it would add this like really appealing, crazy, colorful effect, right? That's the idea anyway. We'll see how well it works. Some bits of it, because it is I digitally shifted the contrast. Um, is a lot of stuff. I was kind of like, Jesus, take the wheel, you know, for numerical color values and shit like that. So I'm basically like, I'm making it easier for me to play with art by doing shit. That's how I've been doing shit for basically the entire pandemic since I started studying, like fucking around and finding out with colors, right? I'm doing as much as possible to put as many colors in my colors as possible. Palettes go from a dark blue, and as they increase in brightness, it's increasing via me boosting the levels of each color. So this is me boosting the red. I'm not just hitting the slider, right? I'm not just hitting the dark or light slider here. I'm literally, I increase it by increments, amounts of red, and then amounts of green added to that, and then in the opposite direction. So it all lifts itself up, and everything looks fucking nice. And there's not a dull moment in any of my color palettes. That's the goal. For better or for sometimes it makes things a little bit difficult because you end up with, oh, I'll need a specific grain. I don't fucking have it, bro. Like that shit can be tough sometimes, but it pushes me to get creative. Yeah. Anyway, diatribe over. Check this shit out. Let's make some fucking colors happen over here. Boop. Bop. All right. So I was thinking about kind of like getting my shit set up before starting streaming in terms of like a canvas and place to animate on, but I thought it might be fun and helpful for people who are just starting with Procreate. They're like, how the fuck do you animate in Procreate? I can't afford dreams. What a capitalist hellscape phrase that is, isn't it? Can't afford dreams. I gotta pay rent. Oh no, my finger is on the poke nipple. How inappropriate. Oh no. Alright, but yeah, you can't afford Procreate Dreams. Procreate's only like $8 to $10. Procreate Dreams. Thanks, buddy. Welcome, fellow Nathan. Holy shit. Oh man. So many cool cats. Cool kitties and cool cats in the chat. Welcome, guys. What's up? Good to see you, isn't it? But yeah. Procreate Dreams. I like a lot of stuff about it. I know, right? Sorry, bring the mood down. Just kidding. I am always a downer, but with a twist of lemon of optimism. I can't help it. Gotta stop saying I won't. Point is, Procreate Dreams, while I do like it for a lot of stuff, it is decidedly underbaked. Fingers crossed, 1.1 comes out soon because I saw on YouTube there was they were talking about like all the shit that Procreate's like, we're sorry, we promise, we're gonna release this in 1.1, right? It's a lot of good shit. A lot of good shit that was much needed, desperately needed, like a fucking selector tool. There was not a selector tool in Procreate Dreams up to this point. Zazo asks, how do you get your inspiration, Black? Like, you want to create something, right? What is the source that will make you go, I'll do it like this? Because I assume the sky is the limit on how to do stuff. Right. So, I feel like a lot of the decisions that I make and a lot of the inspiration that I derive comes from how much I've practiced and how much I've trained up to this point. And the things that I was limited by before and can now do. They say limitations breed creativity. That is 100% true. That's not, it's kind of, I'm gonna answer your question in two parts. Very senatorial, very congressional of me. But I would say that a lot of how I decide how to do something is what tools I have at my disposal and what tools I had at my disposal that pushed me to get creative in the past. I used to have no form of digital art whatsoever. So I ended up having to find what traditional media felt best to me, going to like art stores and stuff like that, trying different mediums and things that felt good to play with. You know what I mean? That controlled well. In my case, I ended up really liking markers. I started with pencil, and then pen and ink. Then I got more into markers. That was my first real foray into colors at all. My wife and I, we bought we got like a big ass set of Prismacolors, and we just used those for a while. We did Sharpies back in high school, stuff like that. As I did more stuff with traditional media, I ended up doing getting really into charcoals and toned paper. So starting with a gray paper and then doing, charcoal, shading that, cutting that out, putting it on a black piece of paper, doing highlights with white, thick inked pens or white charcoal pencil, stuff like that. In terms of what initiates the idea, right? Like say like the font from which I am drawing inspiration. I guess it's just that's kind of innate to me. It's, you know, like my mind is literally always going for better or for worse, and I've spent so much time trying to come up with ideas. You know, I say do what inspires you, right? In my case, it's been a lot of video games. You know, I grew up playing Super Nintendo, um, N64, stuff like that. Um, that's where a lot of my inspiration for music, character design, color palettes, you know, mood, vibe, stuff like that's where a lot of that I think stems from initially. And it's what has caused me to, or inspired me to, my own character designs, make my own stories, stuff like that. But once it's like it's kind of I think creativity can be momentum based beyond a certain point, right? Yeah, yeah, because you really had to make shit like pop if you wanted it to be at all visible. Um, uh, you know, vibrant colors also work in like food dishes and stuff like that. You with your eyes first, right? The placement and composition on a plate very similar to composition for like a, you know, a piece of visual art, right? Like you you as you do more visual art, especially animation, you figure out the pathways that someone's eyes take. What looks good to you is probably going to look good to other people, stuff like that. You know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um but yeah, I think that's where a lot of my inspiration lies, is in all the video games that I played, the media that I watched. Animation has always been a huge part of my life, whether the stuff in video games or like anime, um, Toonami and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think the ability to update things a million times has kind of made shittier games overall. Where, well, you can. It's assumed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Not talking about like Stardew's like constant quality of life improvements and just he's basically like what was it, ship of Theseus. He's basically like put so many new things on it. He almost rebuilt the game from the ground up. Stardew, since its initial release, it's kind of nuts. But like you now have, there's like a certain assumption. Sorry, I haven't drawn even a little bit. I'm talking with my hands too much. Um, there's an assumption that you can release something that is essentially half baked, right? Be like, well, I can make it better later, right? And there's so much pressure from corporations or otherwise to release something as quickly as possible that you end up getting, you know, like it's like if you order like a fucking cake at a restaurant, right? And they're like, "Here you go," and it's basically just like raw, and you're like, I don't think I can really eat this. And they're like, no, it's fine. We'll hit it with like a hair dryer after the fact. Just wait a minute. It's like, why'd you serve it to me then? You looked hungry. It's like, what the fuck, bro? It's very confusing. It's, you know, it's just kind of ass backwards, right? It's from things having the wrong priorities over the years, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a really weird time to be alive because I think we are in like a very largely transitional or transitory period for things like video games, for things like there's so many things wrong with so many systems around the people trying to make shit. It's just a very surreal and tumultuous time, like to be making media, to be consuming it, shit like that. Yeah, exactly. Cake TM beta is what we have in stock. Yeah, it's like anyway. Okay. I'm gonna get back to gabbing philosophy and shit in a second. Just let me demystify what I was doing with animating in Procreate. Right, exactly. I can't fucking eat flour and sugar. Eggs will come in next batch. Yes. All right, so for Procreate, it's really weird. It's kind of deeply apparent that animation was added after the fact, and it's in kind of an interesting spot. Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Annie. All right. That is, however long you're here, it's fantastic to have you, buddy. Enjoy yourself. Um, Kenjamin, I felt that way about Skyward Sword. Nintendo rushed it out for the anniversary, but they seemed to learn their lesson and took their time with Breath of the Wild despite edgelords demanding it. If I'm absent here in Discord, that's why. I thought it was a little bit quiet on the Animort front. It is so good to see your digital voice, my dude, my buddy. All the Nates are here. As long as all the Nates are assembled for a brief moment, the universal balance is maintained. So thank you for doing your civic duty and holding this junk heap together. Your fellow natural inclinations. Anyway. I swear to God I was going to say something and I just simply forgot. So I'm going to go back to talking about art. So animation assist. That's what you have to click in order to get this to pull up, right? That's a timeline. The way you make more frames is by making more layers, right? I like having at least 2 layers in each group because the group counts as a single frame. And it leaves me a little bit of leeway to create a new group within, or a new layer within that group. So if I need to add, I have my rough animation layer that I could do right here. I can put the colors right underneath it. If I need to add something else, like some secondary animation, secondary motion, I can do that with another layer. I cannot overstate how excited I am for when Dreams is updated, because I am cautiously optimistic, because Procreate Classic was kind of shitty when they first released it. It was really not. It was a similar situation to Dreams, where it was like really deeply devoid of a lot of really, like assumed things that you would assume would be there. As an artist, fucking coffee burps. I'm disgusting. I apologize. It's like, so the things that they promised, a selector tool, this menu, right, which lets you add blur and shit to a layer, the ability to move shit at once. I'll go over what they're lacking later when I use Dreams, because I do want to I need to get more practice in with it, just as like a media, as like a means of animating. Yeah, exactly. Not even, it's like, oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Probably the most appalling example of releasing something that's half baked, Pokemon Scarlet Violet. That literally could have been like the most enjoyable Pokemon game in decades. Like, it could have been. Like, I love the characters. The base mechanics in that game are so fun and enjoyable that you could even stomach how shitty, that I can even stomach how shitty it looks, just like I just stopped caring after I started playing for long enough. Like, I'm a retro gamer at heart, so I'm used to like crunchy artifacty shit. So I'm not really the person to talk to about fidelity or like clarity and graphics. But the story was phenomenal. I really enjoyed so many parts of it. But there's literally no way you can look at that game, even now, and say that it's completely finished or polished. The environments needed at least another year. And that might be me being a little bit generous. That shit is rough. It is rough. I'm not even mentioning the games. I mean, the bugs. It's Riku. They put bugs in him. What? Anyway, that shit is fucked. It's like lighting glitches everywhere you go, like textures just not being the right resolution or not being high enough resolution, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, yeah. I was calling out the level of repeating patterns to my partner. It's like, oh, it's just a fucking shame when something is so close to being fantastic and it's limited by corporate greed. Don't even fucking get me started on the Uzumaki cartoon, bro. It is it is definitely spooky season, which is why we are playing the Halloween party playlist put together by the amazing Moxie Moth. I love this song. It's so fucking silly and so hype. Um, but like the new Uzumaki animation, one of my favorite horror things of all time, um, is the manga Uzumaki, by Junji Ito. I think it's fantastic. I don't think that's a hot take. I think it's pretty lauded as one of the most interesting and artistically skillful pieces of horror media that's out there right now. A lot of people, it's like a fan favorite for a reason. The first episode was so good. The first episode was so fucking good, and apparently, I don't know this for sure, so grain of salt, as with most things I say, because I don't do research at all. I just hear what people say, and I'm like, yes, that's good enough. um, I heard that it was a Warner Brothers like higher up, like a big wig executive. Hey, Skinny Pig Games is raiding with a party of 4. Wow, what a good raid phrase. Naomi, how'd you think of that one? What's up? Except, wait, collaborate. What does that mean? Oh, is that what that is? Didn't mean to knock. Wants to collaborate. I don't know what that means. I'm a lowly pleb. I don't know what this is. I'm sorry. Should I hit accept? I want to collaborate. We're collaborating now. Is that what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Joined. I joined you? I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'm reading the thing. Record a video backstage together. Initiate a shared chat. Shared chat. Is that what's happening? All right. Okay. So, so if I hit yeah, does that mean we have combined chats now? Are we collaborating? Or should I just say nah? I don't know what's going on. Well, anyway, thank you for the raid and welcome. I'm just gonna animate some explosions. I'm so fucking old. I'm not only old. Okay, cool. I'm not only old, I am also a caveman. Whoa. I have Discord open apparently. I'm gonna close that because it went. Yo, by the way, they changed the notification noise to be like more elaborate, and it fucked with me. Felt like a Mandela effect moment. It's like a little dinkly, jinkly winkly noise. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's a very odd, like little, like almost like a jingly marimba noise in the background. There's like reverb. I'm like, it's gross. All right, I'm just gonna be animating some explosions. By the way, there is probably gonna be a fair amount of flashing during the stream. So I just want to let you know that if you have like any visual triggers or epilepsy or anything like that, I might say like look away, or you might want to just go audio only because I don't know how deeply that's going to affect you. So just a heads up, if you have any visual fuckery, like might want to do audio only. I'll let you know, or you can see for yourself. But if it's not worth the risk, just wanted to put that out there as a little disclaimer. All right. I hear oingo and or boingo. All right, I'm gonna start with a rough animation of kind of the shapes that I want to work with. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna get some slow mo footage of explosions on my phone real quick just to get some inspiration. I'm not just texting, okay? Just looking up reference. explosion. I need to do way more shit with references because I'm doing okay just with my own shit at this point. You know, like kind of winging it, but it's important to kind of fluff up my fundamentals with some actual references. Explosion GIF slow-mo. Looking up slow motion GIFs is so helpful for animating because that's literally just what you're doing.
No, Possum. I'm a good student.
I'm not looking for whipped cream explosions. Am I? Alright, hold on. There's a lot more smoke in explosions than I feel like people illustrate. Yeah, there's like someone shot a bullet through like a whipped cream canister, and that's the first thing that showed up. Probably because of with the slow motion thing added, it was just like, whipped. I'm not looking for something nuclear. I'm looking for just a regular bog standard explosion. Nice. So I'm probably gonna try to use Procreate Dreams to get some camera shake. But honestly, at, I've had more luck just using the blur function in Procreate like Classic than I have with their little like, you know, you can record the way that something moves when you hit this button or whatever the fuck, right? It's just like I'll just use Procreate. But I'm gonna try some stuff with it today for sure. Okay. So let's get just like a nice flash going. I'll choose a color that I'm not going to use in the final for the guidelines. How big do we want this thing? Okay. I'm not even gonna, this is really just a warm-up, so I'm not even really gonna bother laying out the ground or perspective or anything like that. Thank you for blessing me with your presence, fellow Nathan. Dude, get yourself some relaxation and some Wi-Fi. Cheers. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna start. Kind of rounding off the little points that I'm making right there. So looking at explosions, it really does start with like an actual flash, like full screen. So thank you. Got hit them. I've been trepidatiously getting back on my Pokemon bullshit because I was really missing my guys. That I have like a shit ton of pedigree mons that I spent a long time, you know, putting together. Now it's easy as shit in the aforementioned. Shit, I'm gonna be looking at an explosion for like a couple of hours. I must be so uncool. But it also makes you guys uncool if you look at if you look at what I'm doing. So like, you know, if you want to maintain your street cred, I suggest looking away. Or maybe wearing sunglasses. That might mitigate it a little bit. If it worked for Vin Diesel, it probably works for other people. What are we at? 15? What is that horse shit? I like animating at 24 FPS because that's kind of like industry standard. Yes, you have to look. You have to look at the earshot explosion. What is speaking of Armored Core, my fellow AC nerds, what the fuck is up with that patch, man? I don't think like it's just weird. I don't understand it. Hell yeah, top tier dork. Okay, doing that. I'm gonna get a little bit of leeway adding another layer between. Oh, we're at maximum onion skins. I only need 1 or 2 usually. If you want to see like the broader sweeping gesture, sometimes you need more. It's better if you have like a smaller subject, like like a bouncing ball. You can see the arc of it bouncing, and then you can be like, oh, okay, cool. I see. You can kind of compare. A lot of, I would say, actually, a huge part of animating is just being able to measure with your eyes the distance between onion skins, the distance between 2 frames. Like you go back and forth. You're like, you can tell based on how spaced out the 2 frames that you're working with are, or the 3 frames you're working with are. You can tell how fast that thing is going to move at whatever frame you're working on. And when things move and when things don't move, like choosing which to move when, stuff like that, it's like all of it adds up so impactfully when you're making an animation. I think maybe I will make this into a mushroom cloud, not like a little forest fungus. Let's do some shrapnel. Pick the spots with the most sort of prominent bulges, and we'll just let them rocket off. Mushy, mushy, mushy. Somebody mush me. It's still very, very stylized, but so I really like. I'm gonna try using like a softer brush. I kind of have two. If you are a fan of my art up to this point, or you've been following me in any capacity, you know by now that I have kind of like 2 main brushes and like kind of languages that I really like messing with. There's like this sort of crunchy, you know, no opacity or translucency, or like all opacity, no translucency, um, kind of flat cell shaded style, usually with really big, sketchy, chunky outlines. Um, and I have that's this brush right here. I try to do as much as possible with stock brushes, just like when I'm making music, I try to do as much as possible with stock plugins, because 9 times out of 10 you don't need to buy shit, and that's shiny object syndrome that is leading you astray. Your wallet, your soul. But I will say that this brush pack, my wife and I got it because we were like, it looks really good. It looks kind of like the vibe that we're going for like a more, like it kind of has a similar set of textures too. This is a Tsvetka ink brush. It comes with the watercolor pack too. Um, this is one of the few sets that I will actively recommend because everything I've tried from it has been really, really good. Um, and I really can't not recommend it because this is the brush that I use for 90% of my more sort of cartoony stuff. See those? I just love the little like spatter. Like look at it's so nice, and it is super responsive to the pressure that you're putting on the pen. So this is it at max. It doesn't get very big is my only problem with it. I used to work at a much lower resolution, but I've been doing more shit in 4K the more professional work that I get. Thank you, everybody. And the more, like elaborate the projects are getting. Um, but like I just really like that sort of almost granular crunchiness on the outside of it. And the other brush that I use, it's is these are pretty much the only three brushes that I use for a lot of projects, right? I use the 6B pencil. I removed, I went into brush settings and I removed the slant, right? Because here's the original 6B pencil. This is a stock, this is a stock brush. Wayne the Unknown get in contact with you. No, I don't think so. If so, and I forgot, I apologize deeply. Um, this is the regular 6B pencil, right? And the reason I don't use it is because I hold my pencil like a fucking freak. Like this is just how I've always held my pencil. And if you are too, like, say like if this is the paper, if you're drawing like this, it's fine. If you're drawing like this, you can hit the edge of the pencil and it makes this effect, right? Which is cool as fuck. I'm glad that exists. Oh, I don't know if he reached out. Or if so, it was a while ago and I've been just like grinding like fucking crazy getting this stream stuff set up, so it could have fallen to the back burner out of my mind. But yeah, I usually tell Moxie what if I get a prospect because, we're destitute and that's exciting news. Um Also, it's usually at that point that Moxie can cleave my naivete, being like, that sounds kind of shady. Maybe you should be careful. And then I look into it and it's like, yeah, it's a scam. Not that this would be one, but that's happened to me many times before. Because Moxie's always watching out for me. I'm just a little lamb tootling around. Um, anyway, I don't recall that happening. Please send them over to me again. I would like that. Okay, but yeah, so I had to remove the slant, and now even if I do it on the side, it's very like it stays the same width. Um, this is the other brush that I use. My main squeeze. So this is the crunchy one here is the Tsvetka. The pencil that I use for almost all of my line art is the 6B pencil, mildly adjusted, which is a stock plugin. And this is in the artistic section of Procreate's stock brushes. It's called Hearts. And whoop, that's too big. Bear with me. It's like really, it has a lot of texture and it's super responsive to pressure. Again, I'm really 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 big on uh the dynamic like pressure sensitivity. Like that's like my favorite thing because it really like, if you go soft, it goes soft. If you go hard, it goes hard, right? It's just like this is it when I'm pushing as hard as possible. Yeah, that kind of element of randomness. It's what I use to make the overlay, for example. That's all around me. Um, the intro screen almost entirely used hearts and the 6B pencil. No, I think entirely I used only these two brushes, the 6B pencil and hearts. And they are my favorite. So yeah, good stuff. I really, really like it. Um, but you can add, depending on which style of coloring I'm using, I either leap, like, say like if I'm doing the more cell shaded style here, I generally go, I don't skip any, right? So, I go from that color to this color, depending on the need. I use all the ones in between. If I'm going for something higher contrast, I do leapfrog, as I call it. So I go from this yellow to this yellow to that yellow, that kind of shit. Um, but the painterly brushes give me more freedom to sort of bop around different places. The palettes themselves are set up specifically to be sequences in every direction. I'm huge on sequences. It's I don't know if it's like a neurodivergent thing, my particular flavor of neurodivergent, but I'm like obsessed with sequences. Um, and like when I make music, when I was making music live, back in the before times, um, I used a looper, and it was very satisfying to hear. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm softly weeping now. There's a tear in my eyeball. My eyeball. But I used to make songs with a looper live, and it was fun to sort of feel it. You hear each segment of the song being added actively. I love sequence-based shit like that. All right, enough of the tech demo. Let's get back to the. Truth be told, I usually don't even use a guideline for stuff like this, but I feel like it's for something that's a little bit more, I guess, professional. This is kind of an integral part of my job right now. I'm trying to treat this like a job so that it'll reward me like a job, streaming and everything. Um, make that distance a little bit larger. Make a little arc like this eventually. I'm putting this in the onion skin so that it'll look a little bit weird when I'm doing when I'm scrubbing. This is called, by the way, it's called scrubbing. Scrub a dub dub. Gotta see how your animation looks. But as I'm scrubbing and as I'm using the onion skin, which is before I tell you that story, I have to tell you this story. Scrubbing. I'll always scrubbing on stream. Gotta stay clean and purty. For those who don't know, onion skin is the translucent version of the previous frame that you were on or the frame ahead of you. The frame on either side of the one that you're working on, so that you can see what came before this drawing, what came after, what you can put in between, stuff like that, right? It's literally just the thing that you saw, like this right here. That sort of grayness right here is the onion skin of this frame. There we go. Just little tidbits of knowledge. That's a little bit too much, especially considering I want it to go towards the camera, get a little bit bigger. I love this song mainly for the ow. There it goes. All right. I'm gonna probably hold that for 2 frames when I actually end up doing it. Gonna round out I'm gonna make these little plumes of smoke continue to expand a little bit while spreading out horizontally, widening that sort of arc so that it looks like the smoke is not only, expanding, but also like there's a lot of smoke and explosions, and I feel like, especially if you're like me, one of your main experiences with looking at explosions, like a fellow uncool guy, is in a video game. If if they left the smoke in every explosion to the extent that it actually occurred in like nature, so to speak, you just wouldn't be able to see shit in most games. Like imagine in Mega Man X, if instead of that cute little like kind of mushroom explosion that they have when you blow up dudes, it just like the smoke just like stayed there. You're just like trying to platform, you fucking fall down a hole. Nah, man, you can't do that. Very odd, but you understand, like it's easy to understand why they did it like that. It's for just, for visibility's sake. Um, uh, and right. um, but yeah, I like using effects and stuff like that as sort of um a means of improving my fundamentals while also like enjoying looking at a bunch of colors and stuff like that because there's a lot of shit there's a lot of animation principles that you can use in the smoke in the timing of it like the phrase called slow in slow out, which is basically like, for instance, if I'm waving my hand like this, right, when you're animating it you do, the frames are closer together at the start and end of the gesture. So it's like frame one, frame two, and then frame three, there's a lot more space. And then frame four is sort of relaxing, and frame five is completely settled. It's people also call it easing in, easing out. It is 100% necessary for a lot of animations to actually look good and appealing. Yeah. Okay. So the smoke itself is I'm gonna add another frame right there. Um, and I'm gonna put a little bit of stuff in between right here, smooth out that transition. I love this song. TOS or DMCA. Fuck, there I go. Shit, ass. Gonna eat my own hair accidentally. All right, there we go. Oh, that's actually the wrong one. There we go. I'm gonna make sure that the little bits of shrapnel or whatever that I'm showing right here, these guys right here, are moving at the same rate while the smoke gets slower and slower. And as that's doing that, I'm gonna have it change colors. Um, by the way, the more people follow me, the closer I get to affiliate, and I have gifts aplenty for you to use in chat. And I'm going to be making more probably every week. That's usually what I use Visual Wednesdays for. But I felt a little saucy and I wanted to try out these color palettes, so I wanted to do some effects instead. I was also just doing like a shit ton of commissions yesterday, so I wanted something like, yeah, oh! I love being passive aggressive sometimes. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Thank you, Possum. Cheers. I'll drink to that. Thank you so much for the follow. It means the world to me. We're like almost there. I've only been streaming for like 2 weeks. Everybody's been so fucking awesome and supportive that I'm already like, I'm so close to affiliate, and I just cannot tell you how grateful I am. Except I just did, so I guess I'm a fucking liar. 12 more, 12 more. Let's fucking gob. All right. It's very exciting. I tell you, I don't know why I was very like. I'm very big on smoke 'em if you got 'em in terms of if you're a creative person and you want to like do shit in social media. Um, but for all of my advocacy for smoke 'em if you got 'em, any talent that you have, use it. I've just been holding myself back from streaming for whatever reason, and like pretty much everything that I do, it was, what gave me the final push was Mox's encouragement. So thank you. Best mod, best wife. Um, uh, you can bet your bottom dollar that if I started doing something, I'd been probably working on it or wanting to do it for like years, and then I just got one final push from my wife. So yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, I make that arc a little bit more distinct. Oh, by the way, isn't it? I absolutely extend the invitation to the server and to the stream to Alex. I just didn't actively say it, so Mystery Saul, if you want to bring her along, she's more than welcome. Just a heads up. The more the merrier, as they say. What is that? Three what? Oh, yes, absolutely. Subject her to our nonsense. And my phone on do not disturb mode. God dang it. Oh, nice, good. Oh, I see. All right. Well, that's a paradox, isn't it? Hit you across the face like a pair of dicks. I don't know about that one. Gotta workshop that one a little bit. Spreading out a little bit slower and slower. You know, like a paradox, yeah, paradox. It's almost a joke. Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I read Nagel or Nagel as Nigel, and I could only think about Nigel Thornberry in like a beret with like a palette. Yeah. You know, I have talked shit accurately about Nigel Thornberry's ghoulish visage on a past stream, but I will say, maybe as testament to Tim Curry's unbelievable acting chops, maybe as a testament to the fact that I just can't stand seeing men with like dads with bushy facial hair crying. Probably because my own dad has a beard, and I've very rarely seen him cry. Um, I don't think I've been more sad or hurt at a cartoon character's hurt or sadness than when Nigel Thornberry was like disappointed that I don't Eliza Thornberry, that's her name, right? Was doing something else, and he was like, "We're going to do this, aren't we, Puppet?" And she said no, and he's like, "Oh well, that's all right." And he was like verklempt, and I was like, "Oh, Nigel, no, you can't be sad." It was a lot. I don't know why. It just like it hurt. I was like, I guess because like this sounds kind of fucked up. It's hard to see. It's hard to see a drawing that hideous with the level of humanity that is like war. It's hard to see it with a level of humanity beyond a certain point, and then Tim Curry being so sad as Nigel Thornberry and seeing that like fucking goblin ass bitch looking so glum. It was like something about it, and maybe it was the tonal dissonance or my expectations being subverted or whatever the fuck. But either way, it was just like it hit me really hard for some reason when I was a kid. Okay, I think I'm gonna let's start at 12 FPS, exactly in half. Which yeah, it looks the arc that I put in there as a guide for the shrapnel does make it look like it's kind of jumping around a little bit, but that'll look a lot better when it's actually more animated. Need to add another one right there, right between the yeah, right between those two. I'll add another one. That should be okay. Painting of a lady holding two peens, and like it's clearly staged that it's one person endowed with two dicks. Yeah, I was gonna say, how does that sound familiar to you, Mux? Your art major shit? Hmm, that is fascinating. Nagel has so many more pieces than what we see in nail salons. I just love that sentence for some reason. Go duplicate, clear, bada bing, bada boom. One. There we go. Love the Sonic the Hedgehog ass cover of this, or a remix of this Ghost song. It's so much fun. The synth part here is like a dead ringer from Mega Man X5, that OST, which is like it's clearly one dude on a synth, but like it's just it's full of bops. So much less expensive, I'm sure, than a lot of more elaborate sound OSTs. This You guys lurking and working? What's on the itinerary today? Chilling, vibing, eating anything? I always end up talking about food. I fucking love food. Furby Pope, elaborate. Are you eating Furby Pope, or is this pertaining to the construction lurking and working from earlier in the sentence? Starting to look pretty good. The blast, I think, is going to need one more frame. Hey, ooh, working, not eating. I see. Oh, let's fucking go. If you would like to post links, I'm probably gonna disable links in chat pretty soon. Actually, no, I like leaving them there so that people can plug their shit if I prompt them to. So yeah, folks, go follow that shit. No. You would have no reason to know. I asked. I'm happy that you shared it. Please leave it. Um, but moreover, um, if you wanted to join the Discord, be happy to have you. There's a your creation section and a self promotion section for more link based shit. Thank you for pinning that. The best. But I love seeing what y'all are working on. There's even a made on stream section that I is currently mostly my stuff, but I kind of encourage people to post what they're making while I'm streaming on that. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's still kind of in flux, in kind of a molten state, but just got you some options. No, it's okay. It's also where I post like notice and shit, but I'll probably post to one of the discords that you're in anyway, so it's okay. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say when I invited them. I don't take it hard at all. I probably should be in more of them, honestly. I'm kind of obstinate. I'm gonna eat some of this omelet. Omelet de fromage. Mm. But anybody, not just Possum, if you are in chat, I'll say this with a plug with my mouth full to just completely become disreputable and crude. If y'all want to join the Discord, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, you're free to lurk, vibe, hang out. Mm-hmm. Oh, did I already add? Oh, oh, that's right. That these are peaking. Starts moving very fast. So you see these lines right here from the next frame. I'm making sure that these are much closer to the source of the explosion so that it conveys that really rapid movement to begin with. And then it slows down gradually. That's the idea. Another aspect in which art and animation are basically, you know, measuring with your eyes, right? I think perspective drawing and drawing anything with a shit ton of angles. You know, when you're drawing, say, like a building or something like that, um, in order for it to look correct, you need every angle to be sympathetic with each other. You know what I mean? So, like, say, like, you know, if you draw, like, I'm gonna do a separate layer real quick. Zoom in. Like, if you're drawing, like, you know, just like a regular ass building. All right, I'm gonna do it kind of isometric. Kind of a shitty drawing, but I'm making a point here, right? Every single window on the building needs to be following this same angle, right? Or at least bending with perspective. I don't know. I don't know that, Kenj, but like the total sum has to equal 180. Listen to Kenj. He's actually like actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. I'm just, you know, I'm just a self-taught silly boy. But from my layman perspective, right? You want to make sure that every window, for example, in the building, right, follows that same path, right? Because if, for example, if you draw a window even slightly off, right, looks fucking weird. It doesn't happen like that necessarily, right? Immediately. So you're basically like, there's a lot of shit that I believe my buddy Z Kasai called it visual rhyming, and I love it so much because that's, you know, like with a lot of my character designs, right? You like, you know, I like, you know, if you have like a shape on something's head, right? I really like echoing that shape in like the shoulders, or like, you know, in like the waist, stuff like that, right? Visual rhyming. For colors, you know, if you have the way that you distribute, I believe it is referred to as color blocking sometimes. I was just watching The Shining last night for the like just the first time this year. We watch it every year at this point. Um, but like visual rhyming, you know, right? Like referencing different parts of the design, different places, so that it doesn't, everything feels in its place. Everything feels like, you know, it's evenly distributed, right? Like you have red here, then you have some red here, you got red here, right? You add too much, it sort of goes from being an accent to being a dominant color. Shit like that. It's really interesting. But that same kind of connecting point at different aspects of the image, you're doing that with shapes when you're drawing a background. If you're an artist, you're basically an illusionist, right? You're applying your observational skills to creating the illusion of, you know, something that suits a narrative, something that causes, like an evocative image, shit like that. Very, it's like it's a very like strange and wonderful process, and I absolutely love it. I'm gonna merge down, and I'm gonna move this layer up here. I think we need a little bit more. Oh, well, let's make this invisible real quick so I could see. Okay, starting to look all right. I'm a magician. I don't know that meme, but I feel it. But like, it is really what it is. You're, especially in the case of, oh,
I'm in danger.
is that Ralph Wiggum or was that something else? I think it was Ralph. All right, so I think we're off to a good start. I think I'm gonna start actually. I'm just gonna go just straight into using the brush because I want to keep this loose. I want to get better at using my sort of more painterly brushes to do stuff like this. So let's give it a shot. And maybe after this, we'll do some impact frames. Be going for another 4 hours. A little break in the middle. So this should be really nice. I think I want this as bright as I can get it. This is like a very eye-stabbing highlighter yellow, so should be good as a start. Get that a little bit smaller so I can get some more jagged edges. Start with that. I'll make the brush smaller in a second. Let me start with the actual flash. And again, this is where my warning comes to fruition, by the way. So if your brightness is too high, you might want to just turn that shit down, turn it to audio only, etc., etc. Because it's gonna be flat. It's gonna be like a lot, yeah. I'm actually gonna merge this down, combine it down real quick so that the same frames are here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna lower the transparency, or sorry, lower the opacity on this so I can see sort of where the next one is. This is where I'll give it its shape. What's our cat doing? My cat is eating toast. Stop it. Stop it, Maeve. Cease your toast consumption. Cat time. Time for cat. It's a kitty baby. My sweet little baby. My little baby cat. Mwah. If you don't give your cat a little smooch, I don't understand it. Oh, hello, baby. You purring? You can't be. You're suspended midair. Love you, baby. That's Maeve, everybody. Definitely want to do some stuff playing with light. I'll do some stuff with the impact frames later. Impact frames are one of my favorite things in anime. And like One Punch Man, Masterclass in impact frames, just phenomenal. Yeah, you gotta smooch the kitty. I don't understand people who like don't. You know what I mean? Don't give their puppers a little smooch. Don't give their kitties a little smooch. What the fuck are you doing, man? Is it really worth living your life if you can't give your creatures a little smooch? I submit it is not. But hey, that's just me. Maybe I'm gross for it. If so, I don't want to be not gross. Right, exactly. Okay. Go. Right. That bright white, which is not pure white, by the way. Yes, exactly. Your kitty gets 1 million smooches when you get home from work. Yes, as rightly it should. Baby cat. I don't understand. I don't understand people, man, who don't. There's this one reel, or TikTok or whatever, where like this dude was like, someone said to me, you shouldn't like. How do you let your cat on the furniture, right? Like, and he started going off. He's like, my cat, I would give my cat the keys to my car. My cat knows every password. I don't know a single one of my passwords in my computer. My cat does. I let my cat do my taxes. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. 100%. I'm gonna combine this down real quick, and I'm gonna turn off the onion skin because it's messing with. I just want to make sure that what I'm doing is 100% what I want. The image itself is not compromised at all. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I would take the fall for my cat if she committed tax fraud. Absolutely. Let's add some depth back here. I'm kind of feeling like not exactly the same, but like anybody watch the original Gundam? Those like hand drawn explosion frames. It has such a specific vibe. Just think about it sometimes when I'm doing like a painted explosion like this. Like that fucking song. It's like classic Gundam shit. Oh man. I haven't seen that in so long. I barely remember anything from the original. One thing I do remember is uh it's a little bit further on in the series and Amuro has a little bit more confidence. And he's like dealing with some like higher up commanding officer who's like a fucking douchebag. And dude tries to slap him in the face. And Amuro ducks, and the dude does like a little spinneroonie, and he says the commanding officer's like, "You dodge that again, I'll have you court-martialed." Then it cuts over to Amuro. He's like, "What?" He gets slapped. I was like, that was funny as shit. That was amazing. Very, very, very funny. All right, I'm gonna add a couple little sprinkles, get a little bit more texture. Oh my God! The one where the dude's like turning around. The guy who runs White Base with the black hair. I don't remember his name, but yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm so. It's just making the internet a better place, in my opinion. There we go. Lovely. Oh, it's so lovely. I don't know if you guys have seen The Wind Rises. It's a Hayao Miyazaki film. It's a very odd, very surreal movie because it's like a slice of life slash coming of age tale about the designer of the zero wing bombers, or I'm sorry, not bombers, the fighter planes that the like Japanese World War II military used for kamikaze bombing, basically. Um, and you could feel a sort of, not exactly a tonal dissonance, but you could feel sort of like a sense of friction in the movie that's almost, like this sort of ephemeral sense of friction within it. It's like it's very it's not subtle, but it is like super. It's a very much subtextual thing. It's an undercurrent throughout the piece, and hearing Hayao Miyazaki talk about it makes it make a lot more sense because he's like I hate war. He was a civilian during World War II, I believe. Um, I fucking hate war, but I fucking love planes, right? And he said, as somebody who's anti-war but loves aviation, this is kind of like you can really tell how much of himself and that particular perspective, that particular flavor is woven into the subtext of the movie. And it is an anti-war movie focusing on the dude who designed the planes that made the Japanese army. One of the main things that made the Japanese army so dangerous, as I understand it, with my very like, again, don't do research. This is just what I've gathered. Um, but I kind of resonate with that because I'm like, I honestly don't particularly like. I don't like violence. I don't like I don't like serious violence, right? But I play a shit ton of fighting games. I play games with a lot of explosions and stuff like that. Don't do research. I said I don't do research. You can do research. You can be better than me. It's not hard. It's one of the easiest things in the world. Um, but yeah, I really I feel that a lot because I love explosions and shit like that, but I don't particularly like the atrocities of man. And I feel like there's so many things that we could be doing with our time that don't involve blowing each other to smithereens. But I also, like seeing hot take, hot like plutonium. Um, yeah, I like, I see footage of like atom bombs being tested, and it is like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like I understand the power of it and the like the horrific majesty of something like an atomic bomb. The fact that we're capable of making something like that as little fucked up, hairless, mostly hairless monkeys wandering around on a mud ball, right? We could cause that to happen, right? Yeah, I heard the voice of God as this, these atoms fucking split at our mercy. What the fuck? It's crazy that it's even possible. And Phyllis, in like conceptually, I'm blown away by it. No, but like I find it very interesting. I find it very like spellbinding. But it's just like it's horrible, right? Like it can only be used for one thing, and that's either intimidation or eradication. And it's just like it's so weird, but like in that, you know, it's so fucking cheap for me to say, yeah, I understand that as like a very privileged, like person who has never once experienced war firsthand to be like comparing myself to this fucking like dude who lived through that shit and is making like the best art some of the best art of the 21st century. Me be like, yeah, I get it, but I do, that's it resonates with me. I kind of like, I feel like I can kind of understand that dichotomy between being pro cool plane and anti plane kill people. It's a very it's a little tug of war happening. I love delicious food. I love eating meat. There's very few things I like more than certain meat dishes. I love animals. I could be a vegetarian right now. I could be a vegan if I gave enough of a shit, but I guess I don't. Yeah. Oh, it's cool. It has different album art. Don't worry about it. What's up, Hooli? How you doing, bud? Welcome into the chat. Always know it's a good time when I see those cat gifts popping up. Good to have you, bud. We're making an explosion. There we go. Trying to figure out if this is better before or after. That's pretty good. If you are sensitive to flashing lights, don't look. Yeah, exactly. This one or this one? I think it'll I'll be able to decide better once this is further along in the rest of the frames, but I think for now this is actually better. And okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna do a little bit smaller brush. How's your day going, bud? Yeah, same. I think it's smoother. I think it hits a little bit harder. You know what I need to do is I need to put something here that will blow up. Put some onion skin here so I know where the source of the explosion is. What should it be that will explode? I think I got cool. Nice. Oh, all right. What a journey that you just took me on. That's magnificent. That sounds like a nice day. I don't know why I got this feeling it should be like classic Eggman that's exploding. I just wanted to draw him. A funny little guy. Yeah, that makes sense. I only had access to Taco Bell when I was doing like the college work stuff. It was like right across from the Starbucks that I worked at, so it was a dangerous game every day. Um, but I understand the necessity for Mexican food or Mexican adjacent food. Chipotle's good, man. I had a friend at work. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm really just like I'm very happy to be a visual artist right now because like I'm just thinking about like how much money I would have to spend to get the exact look that I would want, you know, for my stream otherwise. It's like, nah, man, I'm like the dealer, right? Hell yeah. I'm just gonna draw him sitting down. I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm fairly certain it's pretty accurate. Got a little yellow collar. I remember the yellow collar. I don't remember. I think his arms are just like the same color. Okay. I feel that. Does Eggman have gloves? Got gloves, right? Everybody has gloves. He's got gloves. Everybody's a butler. I think he's got gloves. Yeah, I think so. It's not really important. He gloved up. Yeah. No glove, no love. That's what Eggman says. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure it was Eggman who said that. The cold contemplative ellipses of caused by my transgressions. Man, I can't be held responsible for what flies out of my mouth. I don't know why I'm streaming. Kidding, this is the reason. White gloves, gold cuffs. Word, thank you. I don't like that color very much for the white that I'm using. I think he's got like I might use that for the soles of his shoes because I think they're technically white. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck, Kyle? Step the fuck up. I miss Vine. I joined TikTok. It's not the same. And I really only joined TikTok for the means of promoting my own shit, which I don't even do enough. So hey, just take my shit, Russia and China. I don't give a hoot. Who fucking cares anymore? Got little shoes, little baby shoes. My little Eggman got the shoes. Go home, David Bowie. You're drunk. Vine was a treasure. Damn. Mad little noggin. I I'm used to because I've been trying to practice more with Procreate Dreams, much to my own chagrin. I've mentioned it before already. I'll probably mention it again. That shit needs work. It is definitely craving. It's parched for that sweet, sweet update that they are promising. Um, One of the most unforgivable, egregious offenses that it is currently guilty of is the fact that, say, I'm drawing from far away, right? If I zoomed in, the further away you are, like the more zoomed out you are, the lower the quality of the brushes that you're using. But digital artists, think about that for a second. Even if you're not a digital artist, let me tell you, I do shit on Procreate. I am literally going all over the place, right? Depending on what part of the drawing I'm working on. Like, if I'm doing a rough animation, sometimes I like sketchy lines, right? If I'm doing a rough animation, right? Sometimes just to get a full feel for the actual project that I'm working on, right? I might do some rough lines and I might be like, you know what? I'm okay with that, right? You know, it's some dude, right? He's fine, whatever, sure, right? And I zoomed in, it would be artifacted to shit. It would be pixeled and crunched and it would just look like a hot fucking mess. And yeah, it's that bad. There's so much shit I was willing to overlook. I was like, I can work around this. I'm determined. I'm strong, right? I've gotten so much shit to work in, the base version of each program. I can get this to work. I have enough practice from using Procreate, which isn't even built for animation. I'm just using it for it so that I have one fewer step between, program to program. Like, if I did this, right, these things would be a completely different resolution if I did it in Dreams. And that is just unforgivable. Like, even the lack of selector, I'm like, well, that's cool. I can just do things on different layers. It's fine, right? If I just need to get into good habits to circumvent and circumnavigate this horse shit. But no, that was like the moment where I was just like, fuck this program, putting it on the shelf. I'm gonna show you guys later because again, a lot of the stuff that it can do is unique, in comparison to trying to animate on Procreate. Um, and you can have things running at different, like, background layers in Procreate, for example, background layers. I would have to duplicate the same drawing and put it in each section, in each group, right? I would have to take that background, however many layers are in the background, I would have to probably duplicate it, flatten it, and make sure it's in every group. Um, Having to make it invisible while I'm animating. Onion skinning's a fucking nightmare. If I want any camera shake, I have to do that frame to frame and shit like that. It's like there's a lot of shit that makes animating in Procreate very difficult that could be mitigated with Procreate Dreams. It is just simply underbaked. But yeah, just to give you some perspective, it was just like it's $20 fucking dollars. 20. $20 for something that does not work. The only reason I even use it is because of its audio interfacing properties, which you do not have on Procreate. And I am not good enough in any way or patient enough to measure out the fucking timestamps of the exact moments when someone says a word. And I have to work with audio right now for a couple of projects that I've got in the pipeline. It's just like, it's absurd. I don't understand how they shipped it. Part of me's glad they did because of the audio functionality that I don't have otherwise, but it's just absurd. I have been. And I mean that's Apple's MO, let's be honest. They're like, no, this only works with one of our pieces of software. It would be a shame if you were to be, you need this one specific functionality, eh? And they're just, it's fucking horseshit, dude. But hey, whatever. Theoretically, it'll get better. See, I sound like like I'm in like an abusive relationship. It's like, no. He said he'll change. It's fine. Awful. He got buttons, I think. He's got buttons. Little buttons on his little buttons. Little cuffs. You would never hurt me, would you, Eggman? Let's go add a little bit of, I'll put an alpha lock on this after I get these hands down. My favorites. Lumpy ass hands, let's go. Turn the brush down a little bit. Whoops. Meant to erase. You know that Eggman's original design was based on like Teddy Roosevelt? I guess for a mustached man whose singular purpose in life is to accost furry creatures, it's not too inaccurate. You think about it. I mean, he saved a baby bear, but he killed its mother, didn't he, or some shit like that? What are we? Oh, is it Baldur's Gate now with the owl, the oil bear, right? No better than Teddy Roosevelt. No, but like, you know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. Why Teddy Roosevelt? Very funny to me. Better I make this look, the funnier it's gonna be. Just such an unnecessary addition to this, but I'm goofing. I enjoy goofing. Was he? I forgot about that. So we gotta come up with a character. What worked for Nintendo? Mustaches. Okay, great place to start. Who has the best mustache you can think of? Maybe we should figure out somebody who's popular in America because we got to get the market in America. Japan only takes us so far. We got to go worldwide. Oh, fucking yo, check this guy out. They got like Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever. It's a picture of Teddy Roosevelt. They're like, that's our fucking guy. That's our guy. He's the one. To be fair, even after he turned evil, Eggman can run really fast. He outran Sonic. Like he outruns Sonic on multiple occasions. Like what the fuck are you even doing, bro? Feeds your game. This he's a rotund little man who spends all day sitting in egg-shaped technology. And you just like can't catch up to him? Damn. He's originally gonna be Oswald the Rabbit? Like literally it was a license thing? I mean he looks like every old classic Disney cartoon who looks like Felix the Cat, because that's just like Felix was popping off apparently. Like he had what everybody wanted. Is that so? That's crazy. I've never heard that. It's absolutely wild. Poor Oswald. Little rabbit with a bow tie. Oswald doesn't have a bow tie. Got pants. Bro's practically indecent, as far as most Disney shit's concerned. He was gonna be a rabbit. Wow, that's crazy. Post a picture and check this shit out in the Discord. Wanna know? I wanna see. Just gonna leave him like this. Looks kind of like the Lorax, doesn't he? How disturbing. Y'all play Katamari Damacy? And the King of All Cosmos is asking the cousins what they're doing, like about themselves. He's like, you know, like one of the cousins of the Cosmos, little characters you can play as in Katamari Damacy has like a soup bowl shaped head. Her name is Miso. I believe it's Moxie's favorite still. Um, she's just this little. I'll even draw her. She's great. But her name's Miso. I'm actually gonna do one red lower. Adorable. Got a little soup bowl head. Got a little skirt, like the prince. Yeah, Miso's the best. Yeah, that's Miso. She's so cute. Little purple pants. Got a little face, little square face like all the prince. Uh, all the cousins of all cosmos. The sesame seed eyeballs. Yeah, that's Miso. And she's got a little soup bowl for a head, and it's like hollow, like actually hollow from above. Dude, like blank in there, right? And and King of all cosmos. Whenever you pick up a cousin, when you're rolling around in the level, the king says something to whichever cousin you just picked up. And he's like, is there even anything in that head of yours? How disturbing. He asks them a question, and no matter like what the question is, he follows it up with how disturbing. I just love that as like a tagline for anything. Sorry, Miso. I will keep you around. You're just gonna be an invisible layer at the bottom, okay? Nothing personal. Okay. Bit of shiny for the buttons. Old Teddy Roosevelt here. Go. Be a little bit too. Oh, this will probably make it look a little bit darker in comparison with the contrast. I'm very relaxed right now. I hope y'all are enjoying your time. Well, I'm gonna make it kind of like a, I don't know the name of the texture. Yay! Are you back? Oh yeah, in the first game she had an empty head. Second game, a very simple soup in there. Third game had like tofu and wakame and stuff in it. That's character development. Also flavor development. Max the rabbit, I see. Interesting. Well, apparently it was a very beneficial change considering that character design was good enough to march like even the shittiest of games for so long. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. Love it. Sonic Adventure is like such a fucking great era for those designs. The art is just like dripping with rad. It's fucking dope. They did my boy dirt. I feel the same way about Sonic as I do about Pokemon, where it's like I feel like it's one of the most successful franchises of all time for a reason, but they are leaning they're resting on the laurels of a fantastic set of character designs, and they are using it as an excuse to not actually try. I feel like they're starting to try again, which is great. I don't agree with all the choices in Sonic, was it Frontiers? Mainly the music, where and when it was placed. The fact that Sonic has like a pitched down voice. No, that's not what he sounds like. Sonic sounds like this! Everyone fucking knows that. Everyone expects that. Everyone loves that shit. It's been working since Sonic Adventure when he actually had a voice. Don't fix it if it isn't fucking broken, man. Interesting. I heard that a Sonic Hedgehog was actually a piece of terminology too used in ultrasounds to describe something like a shape that you see in an ultrasound, a spiky shape. I don't know which came first, but I feel like I heard that. Pretty fun. Alrighty. Got big old gluffs. Yeah, I feel like Sonic and Pokemon, respectively, are a fantastic example of how goddamn important character design is and how to prioritize it at all costs for at least cartoonier like games and shit like that. Do not do everything you can to get that design as locked in as humanly fucking possible, and you can get away with a litany of sins. Sonic Sonic Hedgehog protein or molecule or something. It's spiky. It was named after Sonic the Hedgehog. Lol. But there was something else that I heard. I think my mom was telling me about it, and she is from the past, and she was talking about it. But it's highly possible that is what I'm thinking of, and I just conflated the two. Either way, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it looks like Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Like get like microbiologists. Like, hey, look at that shit. Hey, Sonic the Hedgehog over here, gonna collect some rings. Ooh. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm spending way too much time on this, but I don't even give a shit. It's really fun. I mean, like, who cares, right? If you guys are like, get back to the explosion, you fucking reprobate. I'm like, okay, fine, I'm sorry, but like, I think we're all just hanging out. Wait, his mustache is like decidedly orange. IIRC. Do that progression, like brown orange. Yeah, fuck the explosion. I didn't even remember that. I'm just here for Eggman. He's ready. He's ready to commit arson. He's ready. He's ready, Teddy. Roosevelt. Parentheses. He has a triangular nose, if I recall correctly, even back then for classic Eggman. Classic Eggman is so fucking cute. He's just a little round boy. But yeah, think about how many games like Sonic like sold so many copies of simply by virtue of him being like literally him. You know, like it's crazy. Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan of the John Lennon glasses. You have a triangular? No, he doesn't have a triangular nose. Funny with a little round one. I'll do the glasses first, and I'll figure out the nose afterwards. We'll see. I want to say it's triangular, but I actually don't know. There he is. There he is. I'm actually gonna tilt his head a little bit to the side so he's not looking at the camera. He's just kind of like thinking about life, and then he just fucking erupts. It is triangular. I think I was doing it too big. Squidward hours. He's just getting funnier looking. It looks right. I'm trying to think about the robots because the robots have his design elements just a little bit more exaggerated and rigid. So that's probably a pretty good indicator. And I think you're right. I think it's triangle. I love him. This dude. That's a fucking winner right there. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense with the mustache there. It should be a little bit more shaded. I'll add another depth of orange. Orange. Add a little bit more contrast just beneath it. I'm doing this in one layer, by the way, because I'm a fucking psychopath. I shouldn't care that much about it, right? I'm just already spent like fucking 40 minutes on this little guy. Don't care. Don't give a hoot. I'm a mute owl. I don't give a hoot, man. Anyway. No hoots to give. Yeah, okay, cool. I was waiting for that to come back around. I'm gonna give it a little bit of Wario-esque, like hyper realism to make it really just awful, and no one will ever know except for you guys. It's like weirdly, I love. Look at that, like unnecessarily rendered ass nose in the middle of this silly man. He doesn't. I don't think he has eyebrows. He does not. No, he does not. I know for a fact. In fact, a little bit too big. They're kind of spread out, but I actually don't care. I think it looks great. Maybe I'll do like a small There we go. Little pince nez. Oh man, that is what we like to call brain rot, Kenj. Agreed. Yes. Like Johnny Bravo is a good example of that. I think actually he has one eyebrow. The other one is not there. I was just looking at a clip of John D. Bravo. Yeah, I agree, Ednet. I think he has him when needed. Pretty good. I think I'm actually gonna leave the rim off. Just reads a little bit harder. Let's see how bright I can get it before it looks a little bit. I'll add the white now and see if it looks okay, because that is kind of like what the original design does. Definitely has that little bit of proto-man streak of white. You see it all the way back. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm at a little bit of not low light. I guess it's low light. These are sort of like 2 points of the palette that are in opposition with each other. They're sort of both starting at that really, really dark blue, and then it goes towards the red, and goes towards the green. So I like kind of including, if I'm doing one fundamental backbone of the palette, like this green, for example, I like having a little bit of the opposite on the same thing, get that sort of weird metallic multicolored effect. Yeah, see you in a bit, bud. Take your time. I'll be doing this. All right, I think as soon as I detail his cuffs, he's gonna be good to go. A pleasant diversion, I think. Bit. Thank you, thank you. He's just a little omelet guy. I think I'm gonna add some more of this color right here. Took it away before, but now that everything else is kind of coming together, it needs a little more separation. Nah, it messes it a little bit from far away. I don't think it needs it. All right, cool. Good to go. I'm gonna just add some detail to his gloves. Gotta have it. He's got a little bit of unfavorable shape right here. Little moose knuckle, unfortunately. What an awful phrase, isn't it? I'm sorry. Just, just, it was accurate to the moment that I'm trying to avoid, so I got rid of it. But that's what it was. Now he is perfectly round, as he should be. Okay, and now he will die. All right. I'm gonna add one more frame right here. I like everything having, however small the moment is. I like having a little bit of setup and then fulfillment. You know what I mean? I do establishing shots all the time, even when it's a very short thing that I'm putting out, which I think is working in direct opposition to a lot of short form content like superstructures, right? Like TikTok does not want you to take any time. I believe they measured the amount of time it takes people to start scrolling at like 0.4 seconds. So it, and again, grain of salt, because I'm just pulling that out of my ass from something that I might have heard once, right? But like It's like point. It was so much less than I wanted it to be. It's like zero point 0.4 or zero point 0.6 or some absurdly minute amount of time that people are paying attention before they start scrolling. And it's like you have to hook somebody in the first second, which is one reason sorry to hit the mic, which is one reason that like people's faces, anything that has people's faces does well is because people like looking at people. You know what I mean? Anything that has a human face in it is going to probably do better than if it did not have a human face in it. But yeah, it is in fact some shit. All right, I'm gonna. I really like him. He's great. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, hold up a second, man. Snap for yourself. His angle was a little bit fucked. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, you and I are freaks of nature and artists also. So like, we're not only not necessarily looking for actual people, but instead actively looking for art and stimulus on that level, on a creative level. Or for, like, just like we don't mind, and in fact we encourage the degree of separation. But like, if I see somebody like dancing or whatever the fuck and it's like a real person, I'll probably watch it at the same time. Like, I'm more of a people person than you anyway. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna center him a little bit more. There you go, buddy. There you go, pal. And what I'm gonna do, hmm, eat hair apparently, is I'm going to duplicate this frame, alpha lock it, and I'm going to silhouette it so that you see the light coming from inside him, and it's casting like throughout him basically. I'm gonna just basically add like a highlight to the rims of that. And I'm gonna turn this back to 24 FPS for a second because this is actually pretty accurate for like an impact frame. It's essentially one in and of itself. It that just happens for a split second, just long enough for the viewer's eyes to register it, and then there's a little bit of catch up, and then they immediately, like, this all happens in a 24th of a second, and you just kind of you're evoking or invoking that perception. Actually make this slightly more translucent so I could see his derpy little face. And the advantage of this is one of the advantages to having a color palette that is so set and that I am so used to implementing into my workflow is the fact that I don't have to retrace my steps or eyedropper every single color to make sure that it's good from frame to frame. I can be at this low opacity and I know exactly what color it is. You know what I mean? Even without eyedropping it. It's like, it's very enjoyable. Right here. Whoops. Oh, another thing that Procreate Dreams doesn't have is an undo button. Let that sink in. You have the capacity to undo, by hitting your 2 fingers into the iPad screen. Yes, you can undo. You can undo, but you have to fucking, like, you're borrowing a cup of sugar. You're like, excuse me, can I please have an undo? And it's gross. You have the option to do that in Procreate, but we turned it off because it's annoying. You could just hit the fucking little swoopy arrow here, and it's fine. That's one of the things that they're adding in update 1.1, but it isn't here yet. I will highlight his little britches. Yeah, it's some goofy shit, man. And as we discussed, I was bullied into getting it for its functionality in audio and stuff. So basically stuck with it. So I just can't wait. I can't wait for them to improve it. All right, now let's, and I know which one this is, so I go back to it, and it's just fine. See, we have it. Turn up the opacity, see how it looks. A little bit. Is it a held frame? Oh, I see. That one's blank. Yeah, it's already. I'm gonna add a little bit of rays of light happening off of him. It's funny as hell, dude. I'm ready. Okay, combine down. And this is where I'm at right now. I'm actually gonna pop that even harder for the brighter points. The very edges right here, see? Any grim grinning ghosts in the chat? That is one of Moxie's Don't Get Me Started, is the Haunted Mansion. Talk about it for hours. One of mine. My main one's probably Pokemon. Probably because it involves not only, like, intense appreciation, but also fury and annoyance with the way that it's handled. In the Discord, there's like a introduce yourself thing, and it says pick one thing. What's one thing that you could just talk about infinitely if someone got you started? And that's the cruelest joke because I know everybody. I know for a fact that everybody who's in the Discord is like neurodivergent as shit for the most part, and there's like 30 of those things for every single one of us. But what can I say? I guess I'm just a jerk. Had a little flash right behind him. He's right behind me, isn't he? Go. Yeah, it's I did too. See, that's the thing. I'm with you. I withstood the temptation. I might actually like have people do like run backs, like introduce yourself again for the people who are just like way the fuck up there in chat, but I think that might just be like self-indulgent. Yeah. About 2:30, I'm gonna take a little break, I think. Not that long. Well, it's not about when I'm not self-indulgent. It's about how long I can resist. You know what I mean? And I'm just I disgust myself with these self-indulgences. So it's acting in direct defiance of my nature, but it's fine. That's pretty good. All right. Get a lot of rays from right behind him. You see a lot of this in shit like One Punch Man or Mob Psycho, because of the animator. I believe. Oh my god, I'm gonna be crucified if I am incorrect. But I believe I know the abbreviation of his name in credits and stuff is Yutapon. I believe it's Yutaka Nakamura. If I'm wrong, you can just lay me across a fucking uh light desk and just like flay me if it would make you feel better, animation and anime fanatics. But that's whose name I remembered, Yutapon. Yutaka Nakamura. He's the dude who does the shit exploding into cubes when it's like when environments are being destroyed, particularly like it's a super stylish thing. And he does a lot of the little like My Hero Academia. I haven't watched that really, but I know for a fact that Yutaka Nakamura, if that is his name, Yutapon, works on that, and you see a lot of those really like sharp, vibrant like star shapes, like the cross star shape. It's really, really effective because it's a set of simple shapes that your eyes can immediately discern, and they kind of linger. You remember them, you know. You see them a lot. That's one reason I believe is just they're very easy to identify from a distance. Start with the start with the darkest color that I want, and then I'll add layers of light over it, which actually is the set of habits that is probably the most detrimental to my hopes of being good with watercolor, because you start with the absolute, with the lighter colors, and you get darker and darker as you're adding detail and shading, and I work in the exact opposite direction from my habits with digital art. He's like a little sunrise, yes. A little sunrise guy. I thought about doing a spooky art stream today because I'm gonna let a cat out of the bag a little bit early for those of you who are in chat with me right now. I was gonna do my first gaming stream on Friday as sort of a nice send off to Halloween. I'm going to be playing mouthwashing, as I saw the first part of it about an hour or so, maybe 2 hours in, and I am absolutely enthralled by it. um, it seems like a really fucking good game, and it's something that I actually want. That's on Steam, so it'll be really easy to stream, even on my junker of a MacBook. Um, but that being said, I was thinking maybe I should do like a spooky art stream, considering it's almost Halloween. And I decided to just put on the Halloween party playlist and do whatever I was gonna do. Are super normal about that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see why they are just so normal about it, because it's such a, you know, such an ordinary experience. It's so fucking good what I've seen so far, and I can't wait. I can't wait to play it. It's perfect too because it has a lot of opportunities to voice act, which I am trained in theater. Like I have like years of practice doing acting and shit like that, and it has not been I have not really done anything with that aside from, get really fucking stupidly good at like customer service and shit, which like who gives a damn, right? So it'd be nice. It's nice to have some. It would be nice to have an opportunity to sort of flex that muscle after so many years. Closest thing I've been doing is reading dialogue from Castlevania out loud while I play it with my wife, hanging out. It's super fucking cool. It's one of my favorite low poly art styles. Because there's art styles within low poly. Um, it looks amazing. Um, the writing is fantastic. That's the main thing that like is immediately apparent to me. It's like everything really hits super hard. Feels like the game devs actually had something to say. There's a lot of really, really cool use of imagery that I'm sure will make yet more sense as I play the game. But yeah, it's just like I feel like good art when it feels like effortless while being really, really high effort or execution, and I think it definitely qualifies. There he goes. All right. It's too fucking funny, man. What's up? That's weird because you rated. You just like, see you later. Dude, it's so good to have you. Hope you're feeling okay. We're just blowing up Eggman. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, decompose. No, that's great. Yeah. No shade whatsoever at all. I just thought it was kind of funny that you were the one who rated me and you weren't actually here. I like that. Okay, clearing that. It's really good to have you, bud. Clear. Go, and I will make this go at a slight angle. Yeah, decompose. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Old Avi Avidan. I'll make that bigger shape now. Good old Oingo Boingo. Danny Elfman's a fucking wizard, man. This elf man. For the break, I'm gonna put on some chapstick. Doing that thing where I bite my fucking lip when I'm focusing on something. You can tell if I've been doing a lot of animating or playing a lot of online games. Competitive online games, I mean, because my lips will just be in fucking shambles. Yeah. Oh my god, Dana. Dana Avadane. That's so funny. It's not as bad as I knew some twins in middle school named Devin and Gavin. What the fuck, dude? Just think about that for a second. Dana. Is it really? That's absurd. Yeah, you can say Dana. Oh, yeah, if I was doing this, see moving back and forth just to see the canvas a little bit differently, in dreams it would be like 3 different resolutions per this one thing. I can't even fucking believe that shit. That's true. Yes, flashing sensitivity warning. I am reiterating. You might have a bad time if you are susceptible to bright flashing lights because there is going to be a lot of that this stream. So you know. Oh, it was Ben Schwartz. That's the guest who was like, "Oh my God, his name's Dan Avidan." Wait, are you serious? What? No, I thought your oh, okay, I thought your name was literally Dan Avidan. Yeah, that shit was funny as hell. That's stupid. That's stupid as fuck. That is so dumb. That is like you name your two identical children the same name. What is this fucking Gravity Falls over here? But like actually instead of like an adopted alias thing, you know what I mean? Like come on, man, what the fuck? Well, I can't imagine why. It's not like they have the same name or anything. I don't know about you guys, but my main association with this song is one of the first like three songs in Guitar Hero 2. That's absurd though. That's fucking absurd. I think it's a little bit too close. I'm gonna just add, making sure I'm using the onion skin to make sure that I'm not overlapping. If the shape, if the basically the prongs of the star are in the same place as the one from the previous frame, it'll make it look like it's a static thing. And I'm wanting as much movement as possible in this little star thing. Before it goes kaboom. Maybe one day I'll do the aforementioned one function of Procreate Dreams that I do not, that makes it so that I can't regret it, is the audio functionality. I was thinking it might be fun at some point in the future to do a stream where I build a little cartoon moment, however small, from scratch, including doing the audio. Um, but the problem with that idea, as cool as it sounds to me at least, is the fact that the audio interface involves audio scrubbing, which means I don't know if you guys have heard audio scrubbing. It's literally like the funniest and also worst noise known to man because it literally takes every single phrase that's being spoken or every noise that's being uttered and it turns it into like a nanosecond clip that just repeats as you're hovering over it. So as I'm talking, it'd be like, it's like, it would freeze on that and it would just stay like that. And so you get these absolutely fucking gut bustingly hilarious series of noises. Um, but they're so abrasive and unpleasant to listen to. So, like, I don't feel like I could do it in good conscience. As funny as it would probably be for 5 hours. 5 hours. I can't even imagine how annoying that I would leave that stream. I also don't want to put Maxima through that. She already does so much as a mod. She doesn't have to like, you know, put up with that shit. That's a lot. Looks pretty good. I'm actually gonna put this in front of the starburst explosion so you can see if there he is. There, that looks great. Okay. All right. Add a little bit more stuff behind him. Starburst. I honestly like red. I know strawberry, the pink one's delicious. Obviously, one of my top flavors, but I got to give it to red. I've enjoyed it so much. I would say the ones that are fruity flavored. Yes, Starburst. Honestly, I just respect Starburst so much for having yellow and orange flavors that don't suck. You know what I mean? Because there's so many fucking like citrus, like they always pick like that like lemon extract or like that lemon gumdrop flavor for the yellow, or like that horrible like orange liqueur, like orange extract tasting shit for orange stuff, like orange Tootsie Pops. I fucking hate that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Hmm. I'm sorry, I gotta take a bite. Mm-mm-mm. I'm about to take a break. I could wait. I'm just not. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. Omelette du fromage. Yeah, citrus is amazing. They never do it justice. I don't know why. Oh, I'm sorry. That is Bummertown, USA. Again, I will start with the orange. Actually, you know what? I might start with the blue to really make it look like it's affecting the light is affecting the entire environment. Oh, nice. Or yes, you said good news, and I don't think you're being facetious. Great. Congrats and fingers crossed. Go. Just throwing this shit together. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that completely. I think you're like me in that you're very momentum based. I think a lot of people are. But like if I jump straight into like the fire, I can do it, but like it feels really bad for me. That's it's kind of what I did with streaming, I guess. Probably not the best idea, but like, like I really went from 0 to 60, and usually I'm happier doing like less first and just kind of like easing my way into it, and then once I have a rhythm, I can just keep adding stuff here and there. But like this the thing about streaming is the fact that I feel like it is like it's kind of fun to let chat in on like my sort of progress, right? Like, no, you're seeing this shit as it's being made, so I'm doing assets on stream usually and stuff like that. It's like it feels a little bit more like fun to me. I'm just trying my best to get less like precious with shit, you know what I mean? Because I just end up overthinking and just sitting on shit for like so long and nothing gets done because of that. Seems to be working so really well so far. 10% warning on the iPad. I can't have it plugged in and like charging. I can't have it charging and connected to OBS at the same time. It just refuses. So I'm gonna take a little break now. I was gonna wait until 2:30. Hey, what's up? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's just the other side of the conundrum to release, like I would say, the advantage to what we were describing very negatively, of course, of releasing shit half baked The advantage to that is the fact that for something like this, right? Like the it's sort of the upside to the fact that everything is commoditized, and contentified, right? Is the fact that you're encouraged to include, show your work, include the process that led you to create the content as additional content, just because that's like a very easy way to kind of stretch a buck in terms of like, if you're doing something that takes years, people have been watching you make it for those years, right? So it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, the process becomes part of it. And in embracing that and starting to stream, I feel like I made the right decision. It's just very counterintuitive with how precious in particular I usually am with my work. But yeah, I think I'm getting used to it, and I think I'm enjoying sort of peeling the curtain back, letting people, you know, see what I'm working with. I feel like some people have the sort of teacher sensibility and some people don't, and I think I do, and it's beneficial for my shit. Go. You don't have permission to leave. Do not do it. Make that line of the implied ground a little bit more distinct. There we go. And I have to be very particular with how much of the light yellow and the white to add to the sort of background splash, because I want to make sure that the contrast is intact for the little sparking Eggman right here. Go. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not gonna add. I don't think I'm gonna add any white actually to the rays here. All right, let's see how it looks. It looks pretty good. Let me turn off the onion skin so we can really get a feel for it slowly. All right. On that note, I am going to take a wee break. No pun intended. And I will be back in about, I want to say, maybe like 15 minutes? Whenever the iPad is a little bit more charged, like maybe like 30%. So I'd say like 15, 20 minutes. That should be enough. Uh, Stretch, get some water, do all that good stuff. I will be back very soon. Stay frosty. Listen to this cool kick and jam that I made. And look at this animation that I made also. All right, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your situation. All right, I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stay lurking, stay working. I will be right back, all right? What's up, guys? I'm back. I'm refreshed. Fresh to death. Hope y'all are comfortable. You got snacks if you needed them, all that jazz. I know I did. Let's see where we're looking. How we're looking. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. Word up, G. I make a little joke where it's like random like white guy trying to blend in. He's just like, hey there, fellas, what does it do? What has it done? Just like a slightly incorrect hood phrase. Or like something that would have been like a reasonable thing to say in like the 90s hip hop culture is just like irrelevant now and also said incorrectly. I don't know, something about it that's funny to me. Yeah, exactly. Same. All right, let's get this guy. Work out some of our keyframes here. I'm making a space between, because I did it at 12 frames per second, I'm making a space between each of these so that we could do in betweens and shit. So this is another aspect to my warning about flashing lights, because usually when looking at an animation like this, there's going to be a lot of blinking, see? I'm going to add one layer for the foreground and one layer for the background for each of these. Just make sure those are both, oh wait, this is, there we go. So we have a total of 3 layers per group, hence 3 layers per frame. And you know, see what I'm doing right here? Another reason that Procreate Dreams is actually, you know, like more convenient in some ways is the fact that there are no layer limits on Dream files. Procreate Dreams has no layer limits whatsoever, which can make it laggy sometimes if you're like trying to do too much at once, depending on which functions of it you are using at any given moment. But look at this, right? This is not a long animation. This is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's 17 frames that we have right now, and I don't know if I'm going to be adding any more. Let's see how many. We go to the canvas right here, canvas information, layers. Maximum layers 122. Layers available 70. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't include too many more. And this is with me using as few layers as possible per group. When I get rid of the rough animations, the sketch layer, that'll add something. That'll add some frames back, but you have to be very economical and smart with the choices that you make. And you don't have to do that in Dreams, which is great. So if it worked around that, you know, if everything else about it worked, it'd be really cool. It is not really cool. Let's see what this looks like. I think that's when the smoke just starts. I did kind of cover the flash there. It feels kind of redundant to do that again, but I will see how it looks. Start with this. There are plumes of smoke. Yes. All right. It's a force of habit of mine from doing a lot of traditional art, where I start with sketch layer, obviously, rough, whatever it is, right, for a drawing and animation right there. And I put the sketch beneath the line art and everything like that. But you can't really do that when you're painting, doing something that's a little bit more explicitly painting. You got to put that layer on the absolute tippy top. That is kind of a fun little paradigm shift. The main way that I illustrate explosions actually stems from um, a how to draw. It wasn't exactly a how to draw manga book, but it kind of was. You know what I mean? Um, was it technically how to draw? It was one. It was in the era where manga was just starting to become a permanent fixture of the zeitgeist and build niche communities as opposed to being everywhere that it is now. Pretty crazy, right? Um, but there was a how to draw some kind of either comic book or how to draw manga book, and it had like this illustration of an explosion with like almost like little chambers in it, right? And just something about it. I think it was gray, but it was like this basically, right? Say if like this is the basic explosion, sort of popcorn shape that you're working with, right? Doing this. So had these little chambers in there, right? It had outlines and stuff. I'm not drawing them, but that right there, that is the basic anatomy of the explosion that they illustrated. And it had little moments of like, you know, little shit coming out over it, like little bits of light and force happening around it. It's a shitty drawing, but you get what I'm saying. Um, uh, Kind of looks like poop covered in straw, but we're not gonna we're not gonna talk about that. The general way that it was composed, I always found very interesting, and I kept drawing it like that and getting, more adept at it. But it was, I was just like, wow, it actually worked. One of those how to draw mangas and comic books things. It might have been Christopher Hart. It might have been. It had like a. I remember specifically it had like a weirdly proportioned, almost Mega Man looking character in it that was like green and pink. Um, might draw that later. But yeah, I'm gonna actually invert this to make it a little bit more visible. Yeah. Oh, tits. Like, accidentally started drawing on the line layer. Fucking dance remix. This sounds like it's from Necro Dancer. Any of y'all ever played Crypt of the Necro Dancer? Game's really good. Doesn't it? Right? Exactly. Yeah, Crypt of the Necro Dancer is a sick ass game. It's one of those indies that achieved godhood because it was just like so good, and they kept adding to it as well. It's a very good game. I'm a big fan of it. It's basically like a roguelike dungeon crawler with a rhythm game element, and it took me so long to get used to, but once I did get used to it, it was one of my favorite games to play for a while. It's just really fucking cool. Highly recommend it if you have the chance to pick it up and try it out. It's very fun. Okay, I'm gonna put this on a separate layer just in case I don't actually want the red in there. I might not. I used to absolutely like hate painting and I didn't understand it. Like cuz I had specific ideas for what I wanted in my head, but I wasn't able to execute them, so it just ended up being a very frustrating process. But the more I do it, now that I landed on some color palettes that I really like, the more enjoyable I find it. It's super relaxing. Absolutely love it. Also, like the more I'm getting into playing around with light sources, like shadows, highlights, stuff like that, the more enjoyable it is. Yeah, Necrodancer's so fucking good. Yeah, that is like that was like a moment I was like, what? What? Like, holy shit. It's really crazy to see, yeah. Nintendo's like, yeah, you're licensed now, motherfuckers. Zelda, no less. Hey, this shit slaps. Let's go. It's a little bit much there. Lose some definition. There we go. Timer's going. Gotta turn those off on stream days. Make a super cut of me saying that the next like year. I'm never gonna do it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm consistent, man. It had to be Nightwish that did this. Had to be. So good. I'm basically making it look like the. I'm trying to make it so that it's all coming from a central point. All right, so I'm starting the brightest part there towards the center. It's almost as if each of them are like, chambers of like a beehive or something like that. You can tell that's where the light is coming from. Later on, I'm gonna try to finish this today by 5. Um, Later on, I'll probably show you guys just like the really quick trick that I do. You should be able to do in every uh digital art program. Just how to add a lot of depth and power with the blur effect. I really, really enjoy it. It just takes something from like you know, an 8 to a 10, a 10 to a 12. You know what I mean? Bank on it. That's a little bit too much. I'll ease into it. I realized I was just listening to the song. I wasn't actually like saying anything. The VOD watchers are gonna be like, "Hey, are they okay? Stop talking." Not sure about that fucking marinara ass red just yet, but let me see. Cool, it already has almost like a blurred effect, and I haven't even added it yet. I'm into that. Okay. Do a little bit of spikiness over here. Y'all got any plans for Halloween? We're gonna have a pretty mellow gathering and make a shit ton of treats. Great. Right? You know, sitting on your duff is like a very, very valid plan. And depending on how busy you are, it is occasionally a special event, you know? Eat candy. Yeah, festively sit on your duff. Turn this guy off real quick. I'm gonna put this layer back in and I'm going to, whoop, there we go. I'm gonna make onion skin on real quick. Lower the translucency, beedly badly beedly beedly doop. And so what I'm basically doing is I'm gonna be moving down the line with one of these starting as the darkest color of the fire, and then it's gonna get move further along the color palette as the explosion smoke progresses. That's the idea. I don't think I've ever seen Puppet Master. Hey, zombie stomp.
Hands down.
Yeah, yeah, this is good. I think that is gonna be a necessary addition to the frame. Let's make this a little bit brighter. Turn this down. Oh yes, now I can see where the little pockets are. They're kind of clutched together. Almost looks like some kind of fucked up raspberry or something. See? That's a good way of putting it. Management. It starts as a campy late 80s horror where an evil dude controls living puppets. Then the 90s happened. Oh no. Did everybody start breakdancing? B-boys dancing? Just in like moments of just like shitty rapping stuff like that. Oh wow. The land before time of horror movies, the dubious honor. Yeah, I feel that, Possum. Turn up the opacity on this fella. Alright, I'm going to add some more. I decide if I want these little tendrils here to be shrinking or if I should just have them kind of disperse. Let's find out. You can really tell this is one of the eras that most inspired Daisuke Ishwatari when he was writing the soundtrack for Guilty Gear, the earlier ones. A lot of the guitar like effects and shit that he chooses, like you could absolutely tell this era of, I believe the, you know, I mean if the names weren't enough to indicate that, right? You know, Ride the Lightning. You know, Metallica's a little after Ozzy, of course, but like you could tell. I believe thrash metal is the official way to refer to it. Wait, what? Come on. They try to explain everything away, and suddenly the puppets aren't evil because why root for the bad guy? That's like some Cruella shit to me. I don't know why they fucking made that movie. You know what I mean? They're like, it's like, no, it's another, you know, even if you say it's another universe, it's like the association, as far as the zeitgeist is concerned, has always been this is a woman who drowns puppies to make them into a coat. That's her goal. That's what she wants to do. She's an awful, awful person. Like, and even if you're like, I feel like there's a lot of like apologism in a lot of like remakes or like reloading of established shit. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. You know, of course that's the reason. It's just like disgusting to me. And it's really not like I don't wonder why Disney's doing the things that they're doing because they've been consistent this entire time. They're like we care about money. That is our main directive, our top priority, and that's what we want. It's the people who defend it as a concept. I don't know if you like the movie or not, like the concept is flawed for anyone who has seen or gives a shit about the original 101 Dalmatians. I don't know. My 2 cents about it. I think I will make them shrink. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Krabs voice. Hello, kids. I like money above absolutely everything else. Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, I heard that the reason for a lot of these unwise live action adaptations of existing Disney things is so that they can renew the copyright because there is sort of like a depreciation of that, right? So like all like the shitty Beauty and the Beast remake, all that shit, stuff like that, it's like they might lose the rights to their property if they don't do such a thing, which is why you see all of them marching out in a row the way that they were for a few years. Yeah, exactly. Go think maybe pretty good, but I think these are a little bit too static. I make the brighter color. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a nice little gradient. Sort of draw the eyes to the center. That's nice, eh? Perfect. I mean, what's not to want about alien doggos, right? I'm gonna have yeah, I'll make them bigger and then I'll have them shrink down a little bit. There we go. Oh yes. Die. Turn the opacity down on this fella. I can actually see those little prongs in the background. Are y'all looking forward to any Pokemon fans? Are you guys looking forward to Legends, the Kalos game that's coming up? What is it? ZA Legends, whatever the fuck it's called. Anyway, me too. Yeah, I really actually greatly enjoyed Legends Arceus or Arceus, however you fucking pronounce it. I think it's Arceus because Arcane and Deus, and the main thing that actually points me in that direction is the fact that Sylvali from Sun and Moon was supposed to be basically an artificial Arceus, and he has the ability called RKS system or whatever the fuck it's called. So yeah, I know. Ponita, what's up? How's it go? We're just talking about whether or not how we feeling in terms of hype about the upcoming Legends game for Pokemon. Me and Moxie saying that we're excited about it. I really enjoyed Legends Arceus, even though I think story wise it's a fucking disaster. Personally, well, not the actual like story itself, just like I feel like the way that they handled a lot of shit, like the concepts behind a lot of the story, like your place in the world and stuff like that, and Arceus's direct involvement using you and stuff, it bugs me personally. But like the game itself was absolutely delightful. I also don't like isekai. It's true. Right? Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking because it's the RKS, and I was like, that has to be what they were like going. There's no other explanation for that spelling and that that's just what I'm using to extrapolate. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody mentions it. And as Moxie said earlier, Ponita, like when they actually do say shit out loud, sometimes I just absolutely disagree with it, whether it's, the most accurate permutation of the portmanteau or not. Like, Gallade starts to attack. Battle Revolution was notorious for that shit. Ponita, that's where that shit comes from. Like, who the fuck? I'm gonna ride on my pony. Hey, you wanna go to the pony rides? You gonna go to the petting zoo, pet some ponies? It's like, no, that's fucking atrocious. It's appalling. Yeah, fashion, yes. Like, how have we only gone downhill? I can't even tell you how pissed I was about, like, you can't move backwards like that. I know that's all Game Freak knows how to fucking do is move backwards. They're just like, let's include this really cool thing and then never touch it again. Mega Evolution, right? Like, gotta make way for the new gimmick, gotta reinvent the wheel. Sun and Moon, I appreciate, even though I couldn't have long pants, which was that was actually my main beef with Sun and Moon, is the fact, it's like, why the fuck? I know we're in Hawaii, but there's a fucking snowy mountain. My dumbass is over here in shorts. I'm like, oh, it's so cold here. It's like, gee, I wonder why. Fucking turd. Well, it's Pokemon. It's like it's an important part of the whole damn thing. It's like you can't have Pokemon without portmanteau. I'm not fancy. Um, but yeah, it's like I don't know, man. It's just like ugh. I can't even believe that they just like removed that shit. It looks pretty good. Yep. Oh, let me turn off onion skin real quick. So I'm just gonna show you guys what I do real quick with the blur function. So check this shit out, right? You leave the old layer intact. I want to blur both of these things, right? You flatten that, remove alpha lock, put perspective blur down here, wherever you want the sort of base of where the rays go, right? Boom. And you can either put it in front, or if you want to keep exactly the look that you had before, but add that sort of like, see that? Right? It's kind of like when you remove it, you notice how impactful it is. Yeah, but it's costumes for your little buddies, you know what I mean? And that's cool and all, but like I want to drip myself out. My team is drippy on its own by the choices that I made and the colors that I've chosen, or like, you know, like all the shapes and everything together, right? Let me wear long pants. Let me have drip. Okay. Changes the look of it, but really it's really nice. I like it. I might add another layer between these two, but I think it's at a good place right now. I can start developing that onion skin going. Now the choice, I could move straight down the line right here. I know that looks really cool. And I basically, this right here is going from the furthest end of this half of the palette, right? That red, the orange, all the way down to the yellow. So it spans the entire three of these little chunks right here. If I shrink the distance between each stage, and then it ends up going to sort of like that blue teal situation for the smoke, I think it could look really phenomenal. But I have to be mindful of how long that process takes, how gradual to make that change. No drip for me. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way anything like that goes. You know what I mean? Did I incorporate some of the? I had intended to do like a little bit more, dedicated impact frame practice, but I always underestimate how long animation takes, even though I've been doing it for a while. So I think I'm just gonna stick with this explosion. Make that the goal. Gonna kind of creep around to this side. It's not quite ready to start changing color yet. I'll do this maybe like this red instead of the really bright one. Yeah, I do. I have no concept of time at all, even slightly. All right. Maybe I'll do the keyframes, and then I can fill in the gaps. Okay. Kind of this raspberry looking. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, you got me started. I have no idea, even slightly. Really though. Don't ask me, man. If I wasn't actually actively looking at the clock, I would have no idea how long it's been. It could be an hour, it could be a day, who knows? Okay, it's still moving here. Got a little bit of. It's funny. I was saying that like explosions are a really fun way to sort of loosely test fundamentals of animation. Well, you see right here the shapes in the the sort of plumes of smoke, right? When you're drawing like a bouncing ball, like it's a great way to test sort of speaking. It's a great way to test speaking. Now, it's a great way to test squash and stretch. I did it. Because a ball, when it's like just stationary, it's perfectly round. But as it's moving, you want to animate it, elongating to convey that motion. If you think about it, like even this right here, right? There's a smear frame between my hand being here and my hand being here. There is your eyes are only so fast; they can only do so much math at once. So they kind of, you know, it bridges the gap, with that elongation. Like, if you took that as like if you took this piece like it turned it into like a solid hand, it'd be this like fucked up looking, you know, elongated strip of flesh. Yes, it is. It is absolutely Moxie's job to keep me on task. It's great. Great for me. Um, stretch. I'm stretching, yes. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I was thinking about stuff like pareidolia, which is the ability to see faces and things that are not faces. And literally the reason that emojis work, pareidolia, the reason that animation works is our brain our brain does math all the time, whether we're trying to or not, trying to just comprehend the universe around it, right? And we kind of our capacity to recognize patterns is what makes art possible. You know what I mean? We can interpret something as an allegory or substitution for something else because of language, because of painting being something that we've had to do. Like, we understand the world through interpretation, just kind of as a rule. We have imagination, we have the capacity to extrapolate and to invent based on need or wanting to communicate. And it's just something that's so lovely and so human. um and I've actually considered that, like, you know a blinking series of images in a row. You know what I mean, right? Like, it is simply, animation works because of our brain's abilities to do math and to put together sequences into their proper order, into their intended purpose. And so, like, could you imagine looking at a piece of paper or like a tablet or something that has an image of like someone walking and just being like what if there was a species that was entirely literal, 100% did not have the capacity to imagine or correlate something that is representative versus something that is actual, and like they read a book. There's some people who actually have that on Earth. It's aphantasia. Yeah, exactly. And the idea, like, and some of these people do read books, but how? And this is no shade if you have aphantasia. You're basically a superhuman to me. Like, you're a superhero. That shit's crazy to me because I literally can't stop. Like, I flinch when I'm walking down the stairs because I can imagine myself falling and breaking my neck. Thanks, mom. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, I literally exist in a space of constant imagination and constant thought and constant visualization, right? Everything is sort of allegorical. Everything is sort of like, you know, everything's fucking weird for me, and everything is like sort of like metaphysical while it is physical. Yeah, entirely different method of imagining. Words instead of images. So you imagine things. Oh, that's kind of beautiful, actually. But like, to like to hear something, to read something being described, imagining the the world and the characters that are being told to me is such an involuntary and reflexive thing. Like I can't imagine, and that's like the purpose, kind of, right? Well, how? Okay, that's even more confusing. Are you sure they have a? Are they sure they have aphantasia? Then, if they can make, that's so weird. Maybe the terms that it was explained to me in were just deeply oversimplified, and I just have a hard time imagining it. Yeah, happens in degree. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Everything's there's nothing that's like a binary situation as far as humans are concerned. From what I can tell, everything is on a spectrum in some regard. Shut up! That's such a good joke, you son of a bitch. Can't imagine it. Maybe you have aphantasia. Pretty good. Pretty good. Solid burn. No, it's so foreign to me, you know. Super crazy. I love that. More power to them. Do they have socials or anything? Link them up. That's sick as fuck. I love that. Like that's actually like one of the most interesting things I've ever heard. Yeah, link it up. A little bit of like back and forth motion here. Kind of like a climbing motion. I don't know if it's going to convey properly the way that I want it to. Hello, Maeve. Hey, good to see you. Come here. Got your good key. I want to lift you up. Sorry, baby. My baby cat. Hello, Maeve. I'm sorry. I'll put you down. Here you go. That's so cool. I need to see more aphantasic, phantasic, phantasic art. That's so cool. I really really want to see that now. What a magnificent use of one's particular mental mind. Someone was saying that they think they have it because they don't actively like see shit in their head before they draw. And I don't know if that was what if that's actually true because like when I see things in my mind's eye, it's not activating my, you know, ocular nerves in any capacity. It's just like it's kind of this like transient subliminal sensation, like the visualization, right? I get used to creating the path from my eyes and my head to my hands, but I don't know. So interesting how different shit is from person to person. It's so lovely. Bonzo Puppet, and you'll probably find their recent thing. Let's go. Awesome. All right. It's looking pretty good. All right, now I'm going to turn down the opacity again. Yeah. I occasionally have dreamt in black and white, but I also watched a lot of black and white shit as a kid because my parents were born in 1950 and 52 respectively. So, um, but yeah, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Thinking of dreams as kind of like your little your little wad of bacon up in here inventing a screensaver because your brain really likes stimulus. It's really odd. I love it. That's crazy. How old were your folks when they had you? Or rather, what year were they born in? The more accurate version of the question I was trying to ask. I don't even remember what Silent Gen is. That's before 1950? You're about my age, though, aren't you? And by the way, that does not make my folks young. That makes your folks old as fuck. Because my folks are old. Let's just set the record straight right now. Okay, well then we're similar in that regard. Like no, like I was born in '92, so I'm a little whippersnapper. But like you know, my mom was 42, I think, when she had me. No, my mom was 40. My dad was 42 when I was born. You were born almost exactly. You were born a little bit before my brother. But yeah, okay, what is that? 85, 38. Dad in 38. There's too many things going on for me to even do mental math right now. Oh, December 2nd. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a Saggy terrorist. Oh, hey, I love that I have like a nice range of folks from all over the place. Got some people that were born really like recently that like makes me feel super old. Like anybody who couldn't vote when I was in like high school or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I don't know, like even like 10 years ago, I don't know, that's crazy. It's like weird for me when people are born after 2000. That's how old I feel. I'm a saggy turnip. Saggy turnip. Turned 86 this year. So, yeah. Part turned 86. My dad is like yeah, he's like in his 70s. Yeah, that makes sense. Crazy. Very interesting. Did they meet later in life? Or did they just wait a really long time to have kids? We don't need it. We don't need to like, I don't need to pry. I'm just passively very interested. No need to, you know. Yeah, when's your birthday, Annie? Okay, add a little orange. Yeah, I actually really like having I like having the perspective that comes from basically existing between so many like so sort of transgenerationally. Like with slightly older parents being in a modern era, get all the media that they were indulging with as kids if they taped it or did anything like that. You know, I feel like I get along better with older, with adults because my parents are were on the older side when they had me. It's just very interesting to me. Oh, very cool. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Jesus. Youngest of five. That just took a while finding a wife. Got it, got it. Very cool. Yeah, be fruitful and multiply. My aunt had 8 kids. Um and homeschooled them because what else are you gonna fucking do at that point, right? Like it's just honestly the most sensible thing to do when you have that many kids. I can barely imagine that. I only had one brother. Um, a lot. That's a cool. That's a big family. You both have five. You both have 4 siblings. That's interesting. Parallels, man. Oh shit, it's Thriller. Whoa, interesting. He's just very fertile, very fruitful. All right. Yeah, weigh your options, right? Real white trash hours. That's tight. Do you guys get along, or your siblings don't know each other very much? Like, do you guys hang out? Do you have gatherings, or like it's just a known thing? I think I'm gonna add a little bit of blur to this one. Okay, duplicate, flatten. That's cool. Did you guys live together growing up? I think maybe I exaggerated the motion a little bit too much for that frame, but if it slows down again, it might it might end up balancing out. I think it'll be all right. Very cool. Add a little bit more orange, add a little bit more yellow, so it's not just so oppressively reddish. No escaping the jaws of the alien this time, okay? I don't know about y'all. When I was growing up, especially, I did not listen to lyrics very much. I was too busy like breaking down like I just isolating the layers of the music and listening to different shit at a time. I've always been I guess kind of production minded whether I knew it or not when I was younger. I just like again an obsession with sequences. I love them. I love breaking down songs and seeing how they tick, you know what I mean? Like what's the bass doing? What's the drum doing to get this sound that I really like? That kind of thing, right? But it's so completely polar opposite to the way my wife is, you know, her parents do Gilbert and Sullivan music theater. Now they're divorced, but they were doing a lot of music theater back in the day, specifically Gilbert and Sullivan, and they did caroling and stuff like that. It's a very like vocally minded and singer focused household, and so is it, like she's a singer first and foremost. That's the instrument that she plays is her voice, and lyrics are incredibly important to her and at the forefront of like her priorities when listening to music. So it's so different the way that she listens to music versus the way that I listen to music. Yeah. Had a feeling. Yeah. My iPad's already down to 10%, so in a little bit I might have to do some fancy footwork to try to get it to charge while I'm actually streaming. It's so annoying because everything should work perfectly if I just plug it in directly, but the iPad technically is under my wife's uh, Apple ID, and so my laptop is like, I don't know that bitch. They're like, dude, come on, we're in the same house. You've seen this is we're on the same Wi-Fi network and everything. What do you need me to do? It's like maybe you should sign in as her. It's like, yeah, but then all my other shit will be missing. It's like, it sounds like your problem to me. All right, skedaddle away, my friend. Thanks for sticking around. Um, I'll be doing this. My stream schedule should be up. We're doing this Monday, Wednesday, Friday, every week till I drop dead. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully. But yeah, you know, 12 to 5 on Mondays, 12 to 5 on Wednesdays, and 6 to 9 on Fridays. Nice. But yeah, swing by anytime. I usually do music on Music Monday, art of some kind on Visual Wednesday, and then something freaky on Freaky Friday. So come on by anytime. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Take care. Hey. Oops. Go. Not gonna do. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I think maybe I exaggerated that motion a little bit too much. It looks like it kind of picks up speed after the fact. I don't know is accurate to the laws of physics. All right, I'm gonna try. Because one time it worked. One time it did perfectly fine. I was able to plug in. They don't break everything on the goddamn table. At one point I was able to, after I had already started it moving, I was able to plug in the iPad to my laptop, and it was able to charge while also streaming. So I'm gonna try that right now. Cross your fingers, toes, and other digits, and see what happens. All right. Going dark for a second. Okay. Stop clunking into everything. No, I refuse. I'm a clunky boy. Okay. All right. To break an omelet, you gotta clunk some eggs. That's what I always say. All right. Try properties. Off. It's probably gonna blink like a motherfucker. Fingers crossed. Okay. Destruction of property. All right. Well, it's working enough. Down for it. Let's see how it lags or anything like that once. Yeah. All right. You know, I think I'm okay with it. I'm gonna invert that. Quiet. Let me know if it starts flashing green. Okay, that's when you know. In fact, let me actually just check that it's charging. It says 100% battery. My fucking foot, it's 100% battery. You gotta be yoinking me chain over here. Yeah, just yell in the chat if anything weird starts happening on the screen. Colores. Yes. Más colores, más dolores. You know what I mean? Anyway. What's y'all's favorite horror movie? I mentioned just watching The Shining again last night. However, I feel about the treatment of the actors, which is not favorable, by the way. The treatment was not favorable, in my opinion of it is not favorable. Um, it is one of my favorite horror movies. I can't deny it. You could argue like, oh, does that justify? You know what I mean, right? The effect that he got, does it justify the methods? I don't think so, but I can't deny that it has the most rancid vibes and the most unnerving aura I've ever experienced in a horror movie personally. So, what can I say? I really like it. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yes. That is absolutely probably my main opinion about The Shining aside from like my appreciation for it on an from an artistic standpoint. I just like I mean like they broke down that poor fucker who played O'Halloran. I love that guy. Also, he didn't die in the original, and I was so pissed when I learned that little fact. I was like, man, fuck you, Kubrick. You're a cube dick. Anyway, she was phenomenal in the movie. Yeah, I'm a big fan of let your actors act. You know what I mean? Like, there's some moments where like you know like the scene from Alien where they didn't tell them what was going to happen. They only knew that something was going to happen, and then the chest burster occurred. I don't know how I feel about that. Right? The lady, the I believe she was the pilot. She was pissed. If you see her expression in the middle of that scene, she's furious because she got like spattered on and she was terrified. Oh yeah, spoilers. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. As a side note, she is just wow, just absolutely beautiful in that. Just she was so unbelievably ethereally beautiful and so just like captivating, just a little weird looking, which is like infinitely more compelling to me than like conventional supermodel attraction. I know she was wonderful. I feel so bad for her, like just the way that she was treated in the development of that movie. Um, but yeah, and at this point, I'm going to reduce the amount of light being used. in these little chambers. Get rid of the white altogether. And I'm just going to have them shrink back. And this is going to become an actual smoke cloud instead of just, a fireball. One thing I'm still trying to get the hang of, I should say, sorry, is that sort of curling upward motion that smoke has as it folds in on itself, kind of like a donut, right? From the bottom. I'm not going to be doing that as much this time. I'm just focusing on this main explosion. But if I were to do like a mushroom effect, which I need to get better at, I would need to get better at the that sort of curling, ringing motion, twisting as the smoke punches into itself because part of it's lingering. Yeah, it's a very beautiful effect. I think it gives smoke such an incredible quality. All right, I do have to add a little bit of yellow. Doesn't this look delicious? Mmm. Mm. Yeah, like tangerine. Or like blood orange at this point with a little purple in there. Tasty. I think it'll look okay. I wasn't really sure about that little jerk. That little jerk, Eggman. When I'm blowing him up. I actually almost forgot that he was here. I'm actually gonna have him sit for a second. Let's go like a half second. He's just sitting there and then he explodes. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, kind of lurch into place actually kind of looks cool. Happy for that. Go. Mm. Get the purple coming in. Keep that going. Get the general boundaries to where I drew here. I'm going to invert that so it's a little easier to see. This. Go. A bit less. There we go. I think I'll just go over base. I'm gonna cover up this much real estate. Brush needs to be bigger than a certain point. It's gonna be a little bit harder to control. Little screams in the background of that song remind me of Devil May Cry 1. Like the puppets and ha 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 ha, and there's like that little that super intense like echo happening. And I was reading up about a little bit of the development of Devil May Cry and the sort of conception of Dante. And they were talking about like Hideki Kamiya was like, yeah, I wanted somebody who was like smart and like fashionable and like sassy. So I was thinking like he'd have a long red coat for this reason, and he'd be a British man. And I just thought about the ramifications of British Dante, and I could barely imagine it. And I was telling this to Moxie, and she's like, "Dude, that's just Austin Powers." And I was like completely overcome by how factual that is. Like you get like, like the sort of like cheesy cavalier radness, right? But then you make it like posh, and it's just Austin Powers, and I'm just like, I was just reeling from that for like days. It's just like it's fucking crazy, man. Blast off! Ha! I mean, Devil May Cry 1 Dante is not exactly the best characterized guy. I say, Virgil, we're really in a sticky wicket now. British Virgil, I could see. I feel like the only reason they didn't make him British is because that would not make sense with them being twins. But, like, they stopped being identical twins in 5. They just retconned that shit. So, like, what's to stop them from retconning, like, I was raised in Britain. Michael Caine is Virgil. And just nobody cares. Weird. I feel like they could have cast a model and then taken a younger picture, because when he comes back to life, he's like, he looks younger than Dante to me when he comes back. Oh, I mean, sorry, spoilers for like 5, whatever the fuck. It's been out for a while, Um, Virgil's adopted from England. Yes, they just happen to look the same and have the same blood in them. That's what DMC feels like to me. I couldn't even watch that shit all the way through. It just pissed me off too much. Dante the Devil Hunter. Yeah, it's a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you stupid cunt. Shut the fuck. It's so annoying. Anyway, and the fact that he looks like the dude who like put DMC together. Anyway, point is, God. Think about the original lines from I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so bad. Slow down, babe. Yeah, Dante, in his original incarnation in 5, you could tell that like they didn't. It was not as self-aware. Like you could tell they're just like, this guy's the coolest motherfucker that has ever been invented, and right. I feel like in 3 they took him like being unnecessarily radical at all times and over the top action, and they just work with it, and they made him like, they struck this beautiful balance of like cheese and camp, but then like the voice actor was good enough that he made the impactful moments actually impactful, right? Like I was like, oh shit, he's finally getting real when he's talking about like, his family and shit like that, right? Like there were moments where I actually believed it, and I don't think I would have been able to in his previous form. But the rest of the time, he's just like goofy as shit, and it's amazing. Funny Woohoo Pizza Man himself. Yes, hail. It looks like some kind of giant fucked up raspberry, doesn't it? Mmm, tasty. But yeah, like in the original, he was just so like honestly generic. Just like, he felt like a cardboard cutout, like just like a palette swap of like the edge lord, like gritty superheroes, right? And it was just like there wasn't a lot to it, right? The combat was fun and it was revolutionary. They didn't know how to work with the camera yet, but that came in time. It was just like, I don't know. You could tell it needed work. You could tell they needed some seasoning, and that was made extra apparent with Devil May Cry 2, which I actually was thinking about. I was thinking about playing through each of them on stream at some point because it's a series that I have so much love for. Um, and that would mean I would actually play through Devil May Cry 2 for the first time in years. And I think that could be really fun. That's pretty good. I'm actually okay with this. I think it's kind of a little bit of like jiggle to it, incidentally. I'm gonna make sure that smoke expands a little bit more. I might start the little bits of shrapnel and shit earlier in the sequence. Let me blend this a little bit because it's kind of looking a little bit too segmented. And at this point, it's kind of easing out of that motion. It doesn't need to be so compartmentalized, this explosion. I'll blend it a little bit. Okay. Pardon me. Let's add a little bit of orc. Still originating the light towards the center. Each of these little cells. Raspberry. What are they? Arrows? Talked about this. It's like, is there anything else that has arrows aside from pomegranates? I forgot that term even existed, and someone's like, "Oh, look at all these pomegranate arrows." Like, oh, what? I guess that's just like the name of a little wad of fruit that also holds the seed in separate little compartments. Wait, what are they? Are they druplets? Oh, they are druplets. I remember hearing that. I think I heard that for the first time in Pokemon. The druplets. Oh, they were talking about berries. Thank you for rolling in the druplet police. I'll never stray again. Provided, here we go. Druplets. Alright. I just might have to redo this frame, even though I like the way it looks a lot. Just it adds that little extra lurching motion that I don't particularly like. It would have to, or I can redo this one to increase that. This part I'm okay with. Like those two next to each other, I think it's gonna be all right. I might slow down the transition of colors a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit of low lighting. Have this kind of coming in from the bottom, darker parts of this. Kind of a nod to Smokestack whenever I do this color combination. Hey, take it easy, isn't it? Thanks for hanging out, dude. You trooper. Wonderful. See you next time. I'll be doing, quick reminder, I'll be doing playing mouthwashing if all goes as planned on Freaky Friday as a sort of send off for Halloween. So would love to see you there. 6 to 9. Be there. Oh no, everybody's leaving. It's okay. Y'all, thank you so much for swinging by. I'll be doing this every week. Come on through. Enjoy the rest of your day, alright? Sleep well, do whatever you do later. Hell yeah. Take it easy. Fucking timers all day, every day, man. Yeah. I swear to God they changed it. I swear to God they fucking changed it. Legitimately. Like I think they whatever I used to do that just turned it off, they changed it so that it now snoozes it, and I just can't remember. So silly. Yeah. I should know by now, but when does that stop me before? All right. I love the convention of writing a song about someone because their dick is so big. This is basically what this song is about. Again, VOD watchers like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you're this far in the video, I'm sure it's not the weirdest thing you've heard, or it's like, it's par for the course. You know what I mean? It will not just about like, but like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess so. Start with the blue coming in now. In hot. Let's make this low opacity. Yeah. Talk to her. Hot as hell. It's really giving like old school like Aqua vibes. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. That shit's funny as hell. It's such a specific energy. Aqua's so good. It's like it's probably it's 90s, right? It's like the 90s shit I can think of, but I might be wrong because some shit just embodies what people think of without actually being. Is it 80s? I believe it. It's such a fucking vibe, dude. Hot as hell. 90s, okay, I was right. Hot damn. Leaning on my arm too much. The metaphor, I'm sure. It is, but it's fun. We embrace crap if it's fun. It's like it's healthy. You know what I mean? Everything in moderation, right? Yeah. Oh, I mean, the thing I think it's so funny about Gaga is the fact that like she tried so hard to do like the indie legit like I only heard one song that she made before. She was like someone caught like a footage of her performing at an open mic, and she's just like a lady playing piano and singing, and she's beautiful. Like it's just a really nice song. She's great. No, like she's wonderful, and she was just like she tried doing like the indie artist thing and making music that was like somber and meaningful to her and stuff like that, and people just weren't fucking biting, and she was just like, I'm gonna go fucking crazy, and they'll all see, and it worked, and I just love that. Fucking hilarious and great, and honestly iconic. Well, I like fashion. I like being crazy sometimes, right? Let's fucking go. Mm, pretty nice, yeah. Wonder if that's enough to get me struck. I've been stricken. I think it's only just us squirrel friends. Yeah, what do you think of that explosion, y'all? I think it's coming along. Yeah, thanks. Glory to the lurkers. Thank you all for hanging out with me. The Gab. Blow up Dr. Eggman 14th time this hour. Hey, whatever. I'm just chilling. Accurate viewer count or nay. I'm not stressing about it too much. We're doing this every fucking week, so who cares? Permanent fixture of the internet after all this time. I wonder if anyone's ever gonna watch my YouTube VODs. Probably eventually. One of those things where it's like by the time you just want to have like a body of work by the time anyone starts paying attention so that you have somewhere to direct them when they ask. I think that's like one of the main pearls of wisdom that people should really stress more. They should people need to impress that more on people who are starting to like they're trying to be a content creator or whatever the fuck, right? It's like at the end of the day, top priority is just expanding your portfolio, your resume. As long as what you're making is more shit's better. Keep making shit, man. Focus on getting better at the thing that you're doing or making, and keep going until someone actually gives a shit. And by the time they find you, you'll be that much better. However long it takes you to get discovered, you've been practicing that entire time, so you're just gonna be like fucking roided out and shit. It's the goal anyway. Long angle. Ugh. Hey, what's up? You please don't feel stressed to contribute in chat. Like, just put me on the background while you're doing dishes or whatever the fuck. That is a-okay. The numbers are the most important and appreciated thing. I obviously love having seeing people in chat. I love shooting the shit with them. But like if you're not feeling it any given day or if you got shit to do, I should be last priority. Just like your existence here is so invaluable. Please don't stress. Don't feel stressed to participate or anything like that. You're welcome to do it, but don't worry about it, you know what I mean? Where are we at? This is the brightest we've got so far, right? Yeah, I think it's this one. I think after this one, I'm gonna start making my way down to the sort of like oranges and more. Oh, disgusting. The less like super bright. Maybe I'll make my way down towards green after this. I'm really and truly dog shit at solitaire. My condolences. Sorry for your loss. So it's kind of slithering down the palette here. See, the brightest point before is this really really high, like greenish yellow. And we've been slowly making it so that the brightest point is further down towards red. Oh man, on Parsons, man, great fucking set of songs in that album. Yeah, I didn't like it at first, but I actually think it adds a lot to it. I basically just accidentally added like an effective smear frame. That's pretty funny. There we go. So now the purpose, what I want to be going for is moving the actual smoke itself as little as possible while expanding. So just like frame to frame, it's going to be a very, very subtle and gradual climb. Make a separate layer real quick for the shrapnel, whatever you want to call it. Fragmentation, I guess, proper term. Make sure that it's starting where it's supposed to. I'm not drinking like any water this entire stream. Change that real quick. Hydrate or dihydrate. Bonk bonk. All right. Superlative. You ever been like so, like drinking water so little that like you're kind of like negative on the number line? And then like when you drink it, it lets you know like how bad it is, and you're just like, you almost feel worse because your body's like, oh shit, that's right. Yes, get Black to affiliate so we can make a redeem that makes me drink water. That would save my life. Oh right, I need moisture to be alive. Who authorized this decision? I say that a lot. The origin of who authorized this decision was, I forget the name of the game. It's basically like cyber waifu RPG shit. Um, but I think one of the main designers or producers or one of the main people involved in the game is Keiji Inafune or Inafune, however you pronounce it. Then you might recognize the name because he was the designer, the original character designer for Mega Man on the NES, and he was designing Mega Man characters up through a certain X series game, Mega Man X. I think the last one he was actively on, just judging from art style alone, was X3, and then he was probably just like in a consulting role. But there, for some reason, there ended up being in this newer project, relative to Mega Man, it's still an old ass game. Um, there was the Inafune beam, in which one of the characters, I don't remember who, summoned a literally just like Keiji Inafune .jpeg, and he's just like standing there crossing his arms, and they have like a some kind of quote from him or whatever, and then he shoots a fucking laser and it just like blows everything up. But one of the things that he says is, "Who authorized this decision?" Really funny. Something about that shit just really tickles me. A little too much movement, so I'll just try to stay as close as possible to that. Yeah, I already took a swig. I'll take another one. Fuck it, let's go. Ugh. You see that, like, I don't remember what the context was. It was the same comedy show led by this Scottish gentleman. You remember he's like, you might see a meme. He's just like, which is heavier, 5 kilograms of a bowling ball or 5 kilograms of feathers? The answer, like, which is lighter? It's like, oh no, he's like, it's like bowling ball. It's like bowling ball because it's heavier than steel. That was it. Thank you. I couldn't remember because I was conflating it with people are like, if you drop a bowling ball out of a plane and drop this many pounds of feather, an 8 pound bowling ball versus 8 pounds of feathers, which is gonna land first or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Which is gonna fall faster. Anyway, um, and his version of it's like a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers. It's like, which is heavier? Steel, because steel is heavier than feathers. And then someone like whispers in his ear, and he's just just like sad, upset, confused. They also did this other skit where he's like leading you into like, as if it's like a big secret. He's like, let me tell you something, right? And he's showing you how like um expensive bottled water is, and then he leads you into like just a regular house, and he turns on a faucet. He's like, yeah, check it out, this right here is water. It's like taste, and it tastes, and he takes a sip. Mm. Fuck all. He's basically like just like having him and the crew marvel at the fact that you could just get water out of the tap. Yeah, which weighs more, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? Yeah. Which is heavier? Oh man, I love it. I love that shit. It's so fucking funny. Okay, just very slight movement. I know, yeah, it's so funny and so memorable that neither of us could remember it even slightly. Wow. A ringing endorsement, truly. What a fool I be. It's cool, man. I'm just drawing explosions. Don't worry about it. Yeah, let's turn up the opacity on this fella now that I got the basic shapes. Yeah, this kind of, I got used to doing this. We are fully in recommended. Oh, I see. I understand. I don't really want to listen to a half an hour of recommended. Do you? I really don't. Maybe I'll put on Halloween for the rest of it. Let's try that, sure. Just, the spooky vibes a little bit, right? Waiting for the song to be over. I owe it, what I would like someone to listen. If someone's listening to my song, whether it's on purpose or not, I'd like them to at least listen to it all the way through. I'm already at when you're beyond the halfway point, it's just like unless it's like a 20-minute song, 10-minute song, then it's prog. But it's like, I feel like it's a show of good faith to listen to it all the way through. Huh? Oh, are you driving? Oh, I accidentally hit it twice. Hey, it's just not playing. Hey, man, come on. It's just starting and then stopping. You see that? Weird. It's like I'm hitting the button and it's just starting and stopping. What the fuck? Me. Not touching it. Take the wheel. I literally hit it once. No, I hit it once. Every time it went, bop, it started and then stopped again. Now I'm not gonna worry about it. I guess I'll reload it. Oh, no. It started trying to play again. Hold on a second. Yeah. See, it's not my fault. Always trying to blame me for shit usually correctly. How dare you? Alright, work with me. Per favore, signore. Now I have to just connect it. Good work. Wow, Billy Idol looks very 80s. Alright, let's get it on. Oops. Bada bingus. Bada bungus. Alright. There we go. Stretch that out a little bit because he's a little crunched. Stretch your legs out, Billy. Okay. Good enough for me. Uh, I want to grab it because it's kind of squashed right now as far as I can see. I won't be able to control it. I can't control it. I'm changing. Oh. All right. There you have it. There it goes. Hot diggity. All right. I think I'll do one more frame with this color, and then I'll start kind of moseying towards the gray. Right. Jiggle on through. Kind of the same rhythm of that one song. Will take you on. Remember that fucking song from like the early aughts? It's like it was kind of new metal, but it wasn't necessarily like I don't know if it was like hard enough to be considered metal. It's like we'll take you on. We'll take on anything. We'll take you on. It's the same rhythm as that little riff. I just thought it was funny. You don't know it? It's bad. You're probably better off. It was like one of those. It was like in the same echelon of music as like Papa Roach. I don't even know if it was by Papa Roach or not, but it's the same kind of just like you can only listen to it if you like are pubescent white trash. Like that's the only way you can listen to it in earnest. It's like you have to sign that shit at like a waiver when you're buying the album. Hey, you heading out, buddy? I can see you too. Well, I can't remember if you already left once and then came back. If so, welcome back. If not, see you later. It's great having you, man. Welcome back. I'm so used to saying that shit from working at the hotel front desk. All the times that I've worked at a hotel front desk. That shit in my house when people get back from the grocery store and stuff, and it's actually kind of nice. Come on. Rubbin. Rub a dub dub. Professor Ogas, welcome back. You were close. Oh, Professor Oak. I don't know how y'all feel about this kind of shit in a song when someone does a cover and they reverse like the perspective. Like if it was originally in like the second person or you know, it was originally like talking to someone, they're like, yeah, I'm singing the same song, but I reversed all of like the pronouns and shit, so now I'm the person who they were singing to, but I'm doing all the same. You know what I mean? Like, how do y'all feel about that? I kind of find it annoying. Like this was the '60s at least, so like who cares? But like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I don't know, something about it kind of tacky to me, especially if they're doing it to make it like straight. I don't know about that. I really don't. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like her version too. But yeah, I'm right there with. I just like it. Like really, just leaves like a bad taste in my mouth. Like just if you can't do the fucking source material 100% justice, don't try to fucking half-ass it. You know what I mean? Or like appropriate it for your own narrative. I don't know. I'd say the same thing about the ground control to Major Tom. Whatever the fuck the sort of weird cover is. It's like the part two to Major Tom or Space Oddity, I should say. Sorry, do that thing that I always do. Um, but that shit's just like on a completely other level of like weird, unhinged fun times. It's not a cover. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is sort of like, you know, expanding on something when you are not the, you know, person who wrote the original. Um, but like, I guess there's no harm in it, you know what I mean? It's just like writing a fanfic of any kind. Like, who cares, man? Not hurting anybody. Like, once it gets to a certain level of fame, there's like something to be said about that. But yeah, it really is a fan, right? It is. Okay, does that color transition work? It kind of, I consider it to be souring a little bit, if that makes sense. Kind of gross, but kind of cool. And I'll sort of bolster that with. We transitioned to good chat. Oh, good for her. Go, and it is getting darker. So I think I'm gonna leave that dark blue the same no matter what. I'll just change the colors on top of it. So I already got this. Maybe I will. Maybe I will add a little bit of orange there. I never heard this song before. It's really good. Song that you can't hear in the VOD. I just think it's a running joke at this point. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks it's funny, but you know, at least that's one person, right? Okay, so this is where we are, right? Ah, that's right. I really just love the fucking texture that this brush adds. There's a lot of brushes that convey that sort of like painterly gradient, you know, the same level of pressure sensitivity, but they don't have that this sort of like, you know, almost it feels almost jammy to me, if that makes sense. Those are really good. We're moving from tangerine or from marmalade, raspberry, apricot. Okay, from here it'll be 1, 2, 3, and then straight for the gray, and then eventually down to that sort of blue. I might just see how the gray looks because it's straightforward. Okay. Stop. Sorry, Eggman. That was so good. I've heard so many stories about just like bands just becoming collision of egos and just basically like a fucking hurricane of just snippy bullshit. And it kind of makes me grateful in some ways that I've just been a solo musician for so long. But I definitely have always felt like I've been on the outside looking in on band culture, and it's something that I've always wanted to do, and it's just never happened for whatever reason. Now, it's really not surprising, but that's just kind of like the mood for a lot of human interactions as far as I'm concerned. Is just naivete and then innocence lost, right? I'm like, ah, what a nice and fun thing in which nothing can go wrong, and it's just always bad all the time. Where there's people, there's disappointment. But I don't know. It's like it does make sense, definitely to a certain extent, right? Where it's like usually if you're trying to, you know, if you're putting yourself out there in a context like playing in a band or anything like that, right? You probably have a certain amount of ego that you want satisfied, or you know, it's like I feel like there's supporting members of the bands, and then there's like front people, you know what I mean, right? And it's kind of type B type A personality situation, right, where it's like you want to support someone, you want to practice your craft, put yourself out there, connect with the audience, stuff like that. But like if you're a front man kind of person, right, there's definitely going to be a huge element of, you know, a huge amount of ego that you really have to deal with. And when you have two of those people or more per band, it makes sense that shit just like gets so vicious so quickly. I don't understand how people can persist in an environment like that. Like they were like Fleetwood Mac, I don't know if y'all know, they were in a state of constant like tumultuous conflict, just constantly. Like there's a lot of just like people in relationships in the band, and the relationships are rife with infidelity. Everybody's cheating on each other, everybody's just spitting fucking vitriol at the slightest opportunity, but they're still performing together. And like one of the people that was being interviewed was like we just there were so many days we just didn't know if the band would be together tomorrow. You were on tour. I'm like, that sounds like literally my worst nightmare. It's like the most stressful shit I could even like imagine. It's not for me. Yeah, it's really odd. Um that's there's a lot of people that do thrive in environments of like conflict or friction or anything like that, and I just don't. I do not. uh yeah, it's not me. I'm a lot more the sort of Jeremy Master Smith, or like, and that, and also drugs. It's like just like so much of two things that I really just like don't need or want in my life right now, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, there's other examples like Jeremy Messersmith. It's like, yeah, the craziest contraband we have was this Hostess cupcake in the cellist's case or whatever, and I was like, that sounds like my speed right there. Everybody's just like, it's like wholesome. Jeremy Messersmith seems really cool. I think my laptop and my iPad just needed a moment. It was like the HDMI cable was like a counselor, and now they're just kind of working through it. Hopefully that lasts. Been okay so far. Worst comes to worst, only 10 minutes left in the stream, so if it did go nuts, now would be the time for it. But I swear to God, you've been, anyone who saw one of my other art streams, right? It's like one time it did not enjoy the company of the iPad. It started barking at it by flashing the screen green over and over again. I don't appreciate it. I don't. One of my favorite, as you might know, if you've seen my silly YouTube shit or my silly TikTok with the camel launching my ass into the background, and I love the use of like an explosion and then like an abrupt cut. Something about that shit is like comedic gold as far as I'm concerned. Cannot get enough of it. Like shit in SpongeBob where he's like, "Don't say anything, Squidward. Remember your karma." And then he's on his like bicycle, and then he hits a rock, and then he bounces all the way down the hill and explodes. It's just such a simple, such a silly ass, absurd device, but it gets me every single time. I like slapstick, like classic slapstick cartoons. Yeah, something to be said for the simplicity of it. I saw this. There was like this account, one of those nostalgia farming things. Is quick content, reblog shit, and there was this. They were showing this clip from a Tex Avery cartoon. I think it was a Droopy Dog one specifically. Um, and it was so fucking funny. Like the whole purpose of the setup for the scene is, I don't remember why, but these two like evil dog characters like had to do something without making a noise, and they're like they had to open a safe without making a sound of any kind, right? And Droopy, he's that fucking jowly dog. Like he's like a beagle, but he's got like a weird patch of red hair on his head for some reason. And he talks like this. I won't do too long of an impression because Moxie's gonna just like leap out of chat and strangle me because she fucking hates Droopy dogs for the impression that I do at least. Um, but like Droopy was uh like doing shit to foil them, right, by like I don't know, like throwing tacks on the ground, right, and they're stepping on it on their way there, and they had to be quiet, so they put like a jar on the dude's head and took him all the way out like to a cliff that was overlooking the little establishment they were trying to like break into or whatever, right? And then they shouted, and then they went back to exactly where they were, and it was just so fucking funny and so absurd. And I can't exactly do it justice without you seeing it, but the point is, it was funny and it was silly. It was like just like very much slapstick. And some fucking douche canoe in the comments was like, man, this is a cartoon, not like that Steven Universe shit they're playing right now. And he's clearly like some kind of anti woke shit nugget who doesn't have anything better to do than to, bitch about bygone days and how conscientious shit is now. But comparing Steven Universe to Droopy Dog is the most succinct way to say how out of touch you are with what makes animation an art form. To equate the two simply by nature of them both being 2D animation. And I feel like that is actually the root problem with the way that a lot of adults see and perceive animation. Yeah. Well, it's fucking, you know what I mean, right? Exactly. That is what's offending. It's just like, it's just so, like, because the obvious shit is obvious, right? Like I have my beef with that for a series of reasons, but like it's just so mind-bendingly frustrating and confusing for someone to even be able to mistake one for the other in terms of intention, in terms of production, in terms of literally every single aspect about it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's just like people's lack of perspective is so frustrating to me. And it's just, that's like a surface scratching thing, right? It's a very much tip of the iceberg for a lot of other shit that I have issue with. But it's just, sometimes the little shit pisses you off more than like the big obvious shit. And that's definitely one of those cases for me. Like, so frustrating. Anyway, it was when I think about that and I get angry and I'm just like, why am I even like weighing myself down with this like unnecessary negativity, right? That's 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 kind of what the internet is in a lot of places. It's just like an unfeeling machine that only responds to, you know, the most basic of interaction. It doesn't distinguish love and hate because it doesn't know what they are. It only knows numbers. It only knows eyes. It's, like the fact that rage bait works as well as it does, the fact that people, basically can be so angry at each other, and that's one of the play styles of posting content is to piss people off on purpose. It's just like, fuck this shit, man. Yeah, make people argue machine, exactly. That's what we needed, right? Shout out to the one ups on the VOD. You won't be able to hear them, but you're in my heart. Um, I I feel like I'll leave with this story time, right? So I worked at a hotel, um, and the one of the guests happened to be a member. I saw a lot of people with musical instruments, and as a musician myself, I was like, oh shit, badass, right? And you may know, um, given my audience, the small and passionate folks that I know and love, right? Like you might already know, um, the band Tetrimino, which is a video game cover group, right? Um, I never heard of them, right? Because video game cover music back then, especially, was like a little bit. It's still pretty niche. Like if you're like on YouTube and shit, like there's a very devoted community for elevating, like video game covers and doing shit with like a live band and stuff like that. And Tetrimino is one of the best. Um, my ignorant ass only knew about the one ups. And so when they were telling me, Tetrimino was like, "Oh, hey, yeah, I was like, "Oh, what are you guys doing here?" Right? Basically, like, you guys play in a band or whatever. He's like, "Oh, yeah, we're in this band called Tetrimino," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And they were like, "Yeah, we're like a video game cover group," and without even fucking thinking, my insensitive ass said, "Oh, like the one ups," And I felt this man's soul sink a good couple of leagues into himself. He's like, yeah, like, and I'm looking back, I'm just like, God, I'm so sorry, Mr. Tetrimino. You guys are great. I was so foolish and insensitive. How could I have done that? I really like, and the real fucked up thing is that's the kind of shit that I absolutely like detest. You know what I mean? When people do that shit to me, is like they just gloss over like the actual content of whatever I'm making because they just they correlate it to something that already exists that they're interested in. Like that's one of my least favorite things that people do. They're just like, oh yeah, you like that one thing, and they don't talk about the quality of what they're looking at. They just equate it to something else and then they leave it, right? And I just did that to somebody involuntarily. It was just like, oh, I'm gutted, absolutely gutted. Not as bad as he was, but yeah, that was not my finest moment. And if you're out there at some point listening to this, Mr. Trimino, know that I love you and your music, and all you guys are fucking great. And I hope you're doing great wherever you are. Oh, it's time to feed my cat. Just finish up this frame. I don't know if y'all can hear her making cute little noises. I'll feed you soon, little baby. Gonna finish this frame. We're gonna take a look at it exploding. It's a shame she's not coming through. Well, know that she's adorable. I know that she is my precious little baby, and I'm gonna go feed her right now. Just check it out from the top. My favorite explosion effects in any game, or smoke effects in any game, is Elden Ring. They did a really, really good job layering 2D smoke effects over each other to make one, like, smooth and believable big smoke effect, and I love it. So, alright, I'm gonna turn off sketch layers. Watch little Eggman blowing the fuck up on the internet. Unlikely. Alright. I'll turn off these extra frames until I can finish them later. Pretty good. Pretty good. I like the colors a lot. What do you guys think? There we go. All right, excellent. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching me blow up this little Eggman for 5 goddamn hours. If you're not in the Discord already, you're welcome to join. I might even include the Discord link in the YouTube description. Not sure, but if you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for your time. If you swung by in person, you're fucking incredible. We're almost at affiliate, so cross your fingers. Very soon we'll be able to use emotes in chat. I'll be doing this every week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday and Wednesday, 12 to 5. Friday, 6 to 9. Come on by this Friday for a very special stream where I'm going to be playing Mouthwashing, my first gaming stream. A game I'm very excited by. Kind of giving Halloween a nice proper send-off by playing a full-ass horror game live on stream. Very excited for it. I'm probably going to keep going until it's done. Fingers crossed. We shall see. But anyway, love y'all. Thank you so much for swinging